Good evening and welcome to the Akron Public Schools Board meeting on, May 27, 2025 at 5:31. Dr. Thompson, roll call, please.
Ms. Autry.
Present.
Ms. Hall.
Present.
Reverend Harrison.
Present.
Ms. Jackson.
Present.
Dr. Molinar.
Present.
Mrs. Sykes.
Present.
6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Could we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Member Autry?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll now have recognitions. Superintendent Otley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to begin with our Superintendent Book Club of the month. Congratulations to our top readers for April. We have a tie in the elementary category, with both students reading an amazing 34 books each. When I say your name, would you please come up? We're going to start with Slater Harris, who is a kindergarten student at Betty Jane CLC. And we have Brianna Ramsey, who is a first grader from Windermere CLC. Thank you. If you're with either one of these scholars, please feel free to come up and join them. Principals who may be in the audience. We would like to also congratulate Slater, who has now claimed the top spot for January, February, March, and April. We're also proud of Brianna, who won for 2 consecutive months for March and April. Now we're moving on to our middle school. They were so excited they left me before I gave them their certificates. Wait a minute. Come back, come back. Can you hand them out for me? Thank you. They look beautiful. Okay, we're going to move on to our middle school category. Angelina Melvin is a 6th grader from Ennis, and she read 6 books, and we are proud of Angelina. Please come forth. And we're going to wrap up our recognition by looking at our high schoolers. The winners for grades 9 through 12 is the winner for February, March, and now April as well, and that is Danae Boone, a 12th grader from Elliott CLC. I think her principal is here, just in case Danae is not. You can take her award certificate back for us. We're proud of this 12th grader who has read 9 books. Oh, okay! Woo! Congratulations. Let's give one more final big round of applause for all of our top readers. April was a busy month. We had our testing, but our students also had spring break, and yet they were able to read and earn this recognition. In total, our scholars achieved the following milestones for the month of April. For grades K through 5, they've read 498 books district-wide. Grades 6 through 8 read 27 books, and grades 9 through 12 read 19 books. We want to give a special shout out to the schools with the highest number of books read. All 3 schools were winners from last month as well. And I challenge other schools to try and win this title for May. So let's hear it for Betty Jane CLC with an amazing 168 books. Ennis CLC with 10 books read. And Elliott High School with 11 books read. Congratulations. We would also like to thank Acme, who is our partner with APS, for their generous donation of gift cards to our top students. So some of you may be like amazed by this beautiful table that we're sitting at today. And I would like to read a little bit about it, and then you will meet the students and the staff behind the new boardroom table, which was commissioned in the late summer of 2024. The architectural design and renderings were created by Jason Lebovitz, a content specialist in the Office of College and Career Academies. The overall construction was led by Christopher Gross, an APS carpenter and recent GOAT awardee. So on the screen, you'll see the work in progress throughout the last year of this project and just how it came together. Scholars from the Construction and Building Technology pathway at Garfield CLC rough cut the lumber to the required dimensions and revisited the carpentry shop at Grant Street over several weeks to help assemble the materials. Scholars learned the following skill sets throughout this project. They worked with adhering formica to wood structures, the routing of formica and wood using a router with specialized bits and trim to shape or edge a piece of formica laminate. I'm impressed already. Adding pocket holes and also understanding different types of adhesive. So our scholars from the welding technology pathway at East also played an essential role in creating this new table by helping to cut and weld the support brackets that stabilize each section. Scholars from the welding technology pathway at East we are grateful for your work. And I'm going to turn things over now to Marcy Ebright, who's going to recognize just who these amazing scholars are.
Yes, thank you. They are amazing. So before I do, could I get the families to either stand or wave who have been supporting these kids through their pathways? Out there, waves. There they are. Yay. Let's give them a little round of applause. Thank you. And I don't want to forget them. I'd also like to express our sincere gratitude to WordJet AAG for donating their time, talent, and precision water cutting equipment, which created that custom APS logo that adorns the new table. I'd also like to give a big shout out to Nate Rurian, who took a very complicated, multifaceted piece and was able to bring all the right talent, including the students and the adults, to the table to make sure that this came together, and the AV department for all their support and the technology that went into the desk. So to recognize the students, I'm going to read their names. I'm going to ask them to come stand, and I'm actually going to ask them to take a place up at the table because we're going to get a picture of them with their table with all of you at it. Is that okay with you? Okay. All right. So the ones that are here tonight, we will have a plaque with everyone's names on and all the students who contributed to the table up for us to see. We just don't have that ready yet, but it will be coming. But the students that are here tonight, I do want them to be recognized. So students from the Garfield CLC Construction Construction and Building Technology pathway in the Acme Fresh Market Academy of Innovation and Industry. We have Travis Elder. Travis, can you come on up? And just welcome on up. Help start him off, Barbara. It's right over there. Jessica Rogers, Corey Alberts, Darvon Wallace, Pete Cameron, Rory Bell, and Nathaniel Evans, and Brashawn Nichols, all from Garfield. We also have the students from East CLC in the Welding Technology pathway in the Bridgestone Academy of Applied Engineering and Technology, Carly Howe, Carlos Lafskowski, Jaden Parker, Marquise Terrell, Marcus Henderson, Davon Jones. Yes, second. There we go. That looks good. Ooh, that looks nice. Thomas Kinney, Dylan Spinks, Janae Suggs Curley, Nathaniel Diaz, Nathaniel Kaiser, and Donovan Neese. Thank you. Yeah. And could I ask Nate, Chris, and Jason to come on up?
Stand over there.
And Mr. Olds, I apologize, I didn't realize he was here. Josh Olds. Teacher. There we go.
All right, I'm gonna get a picture of you all. Let me have you looking this way. Excellent. All right, 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you. A big thank you to all of our scholars, staff, and business partners. Your hard work and vision will certainly stand the test of time. Thank you. And kiddos, we can head right out the door if you want. Parents, if you want to follow your kids out. Thank you. Nice job. I know. I was impressed when I first saw it. But I was saw it in person. I was like, great job. You guys doing a great job.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to conclude the recognition portion by asking for Tommy Bruno from Summit FM to come forth, who has some exciting news about one of our students at Akron Early College.
Good evening, board members and distinguished guests. It's my absolute honor to be here tonight representing the Summit FM as we celebrate an extraordinary young woman, Riami Douglas from Akron Early College. Riami has been selected as the recipient of the 2025 Jim Cheneau Attitude for Gratitude Scholarship, a $1,500 award that recognizes students who have faced significant challenges and emerged both with strength and gratitude. What made Riami stand out among the many deserving applicants was her profound wisdom, and I quote, "I realized that my sensitivity was not the source of my pain, but instead a tool for understanding and showing compassion to myself." These words just don't show maturity beyond her years. They embody exactly what this scholarship represents. The scholarship honors our late colleague Jim Cheneau, who believed that our greatest struggles often become our greatest strengths. Riami has proven this through her journey. At the Summit FM, we're passionate about investing in our community. That's why we're proud to partner with the Akron Community Foundation to provide this scholarship. Riami, your authentic voice, your resilience, and your gratitude inspire all of us. We believe you're going to make an incredible impact on this world, and we're honored to support your educational journey with this $1,500 check. This is an amazing story for you as you begin your college career.
All right, I don't want to talk too much because I know you got a lot to get down. I don't want to keep you out here late. But first, I just want to say I'm really thankful for Akron Public Schools. Since I go to Akron Early College, I know how important education is for everyone. And when you guys make these decisions, I want you to think of not only me, because I just graduated, but the other kids who haven't graduated yet. I'm going to continue my education at the University of Akron, probably pursuing political science or psychology. So if you see me as a lawyer, you can trust me, guys. You can trust me. And you guys got some good stuff to do, so get to work.
Madam President, that concludes recognitions.
Thank you, Superintendent. Next, we will have, we don't have a Scholar Board member. We have all of our Scholar Board members just about that's here with us today. And typically, we would have a Scholar Board member to address the board, but I don't believe that's happening on today. I didn't have a name for anyone. Oh. However, we do have a student board recognition, and so this is what we will observe at this time.
At Akron Public Schools, Cornerstone 1 is a culture of safety and belonging. We want every member of our community to feel seen, heard, and valued. One of the ways we intentionally do this is by seeking out the voices of our students through the Scholar Board members. Tonight, we would like to take a moment to recognize our Scholar Board members who have served in this capacity and have juggled countless responsibilities to serve as part of the Scholar Board this school year. Scholar Board members, please stand and be recognized. Thank you for your time in serving our board. We would also like to acknowledge the following board members: Taylor Blair, Devon Caldwell Sales, and Zaya West, who will be graduating this week. Will school board members Dr. Molinar, Summer Hall, and Diana Autry please join me in presenting these certificates of appreciation for being a difference maker to these scholars. Mrs. Culver, I believe there's another senior in the crowd who's graduating. A senior, no? That's okay, that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Wait a minute. You could get your last words in if you would like to say anything. Otherwise, you.
Why not? Y'all know I love to talk.
Now, I was at the track banquet, and I got to experience your words of gratitude.
Oh, you saw
Can
me
we keep it
cry.
under 3 minutes? No.
I'm gonna try. Y'all know I like to talk. But I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you for this opportunity and allowing not only myself, but the connections that I've built on the board. It will be a lifetime thing that I will cherish. And I just, again, thank you so much. Oh, and then after I graduate, I'll actually be going to Ursuline College for track and field, and I'm studying education. So.
I just wanted to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today, and not only to be here today, to meet all of you beautiful people. I just want to say it was a blessing to be able to get this chance to speak in front of you today. And after high school, I just want to say I will be attending a barber college, either ABC or BEBC. And I just want to say my plan is to also get another job. Thank you.
Good evening. I just wanted to thank each and every one of you for me and everybody else who's here to support their own students, especially the younger generation. Thank you for the opportunities, and thank you for everything that you do, not only for myself, but for these students as well and their families. Thank you. And sorry, after high school, I'm going to the University of Akron to study marketing, and I'm hoping to get down to the Ohio State so I can take the Navy ROTC.
Thank you. So impressive. Madam Chair, that concludes the scholar portion.
Thank you, Superintendent. Now we reach the portion of our agenda where the community members can address the board. Before the community members address the board, we have board reflections, and I read our preamble. Participants will not be permitted to speak on matters related to vendors, business matters, formal complaints, grievances, specific student or student record, personal matters, and potential or pending legal matters. Participants must speak on matters related to the business of the board. Please keep your comments to 2 minutes or less. The board will not respond, but will assign through the superintendent the appropriate person to follow up. Please state your name and your group affiliation. In our efforts to try to streamline our meetings and to be timely, we are going to adhere to the 3-minute rule. Also, if you are with a group or affiliation, if you all want to come up together, as some people may not use all their time, that is fine too. Just for a matter of record, we do have 18 persons signed up to address the board. At this time, are there any board member reflections? All right. I'm trying. Yeah. Okay. Member Autry, you've been recognized.
Thank you so much. So since our last meeting, I had the opportunity to go out, visit some schools and promote literacy, share about our roles as school board members, talked about the need for students to consider going into the field of education and nursing. And so thank you to KCLC, Mrs. Sadowski's early learning program, at Portage Path, Mrs. Serrell's early learning program. I was able to read to as well and share. They had butterflies, or they were in cocoons ready to hatch at any time. I'm awaiting a picture, but all of those students are ready for kindergarten. Mrs. Lockhart's 3rd grade class at Portage Path was amazing to read to. They had baby chicks that just hatched. I learned about imprinting. Thank you, Dr. Halassa. And so those chicks got to stick their beaks in water, and then that teaches them how to go back and get their water every time. It's called imprinting. I was able to read at Resnick just today to Ms. Broad's 5th grade class. Those students were also very amazing. And then I had to wear my Grammy hat. I got to visit King with my 1st grade granddaughter for their summer slide boost program. Very impressed. It's a customized program for students around literacy and math. So they have several things they can do throughout the summer, and I am thankful for that. I know my granddaughter got most improved today. Also, Was able to visit Bookto's Literacy Through Art. Thank you, Mrs. Turek, English Language Arts teacher over there. This is her second year with a GAR grant. 150 10th and 11th graders read, journaled, and then created art pieces around the theme of the book in collaboration with their hospitality program. Nice refreshments. Thank you, Mrs. Henderson. Also, at Bookto, I got to attend Frozen. It was their first musical in many years under the direction of Mr. Hall. Those students were amazing, and it was well attended, and I was grateful to be able to experience that. Also, Akron Urban League Scholar Luncheon honored 15 of our scholars with scholarships. Very grateful for that. Thank you to Goodyear Tire and Rubber, Cleveland Clinic, Akron General, Summa Health medical staff, Stark State Jam Smucker Company, and Richard Chenoweth, who awarded our students. Bridges had a Bridges Got Talent show based on informed therapeutic dialectical behavior therapy. These students were amazing. They had bands. They were great to watch. Thank you, Mrs. Eddy, the music therapist over there, Mrs. Sheenan, the art therapist. Also, because of a GAR grant, they were able to do this. And lastly, thank you for the Scholar of the Year, Employee of the Year, the first ever programs we had to honor our scholars and our employees. It was a wonderful program. Thanks to the committee who put all of that together. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Autry. We appreciate that. Are there any other board member reflections? Member Harrison, Member Hall, you've been recognized after Member Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be long. I know we have a lot of people here from Kenmore, the Kenmore community regarding the schools. Want to say that everyone who sends an email, I try to answer the email if it's but briefly. So if you're not able to come to a meeting, you certainly can send us an email or contact us that way. But we do hear you. We do hear you.
Thank you, Member Harrison. Member Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. So since the last time we met, I have had the pleasure of visiting multiple schools, so I probably will be talking about this throughout the summer. But I did have a chance to visit, and I know I spoke about East last time. Just wanted to let you know that the welding program received 12 certifications this year. That was one of their goals. As well as their IT program, they would like to do podcasts and also morning announcements for new teachers, introduce new teachers and also board members or anyone else that's coming into the school. I can't go as fast as you, Diana. You were like on point. But I had a chance to also visit Elliott. Their animal science pathway was absolutely amazing. Did you know that you could take your animal there and get it groomed? Also, when we had the power outage, Finley and it was about three or four different schools took the little chicks that Mrs. Autry talked about over to Elliott so that they can help continue to help them hatch. So we didn't lose any eggs. So thank you for that. Any chicks, they are all born 100%. Also at Elliott, their hospitality program was very, very overwhelming, and it was beautiful. And I'm like, wow, I was hungry right then. They had cheeseburgers on the list to be cooked that day and everything. They also started their first athletic Hall of Fame where they honored George Alton. He was the first track coach, and his family was able to attend and be honored of, the blessings that his family that Mr. Alton gave to the school. So they were able to witness that. Also, Ms. Taylor, I think she left already. Taylor, as our student board member, she was able to pass down the chain of command for ROTC. She was the manager of their school store. She passed that baton down to someone that she trained. And she also was Woman of the Year at her school. So congrats to you, Taylor. Also, Les Baker will be retiring this year, and he told me that they used to build houses back in the day where they would sell, people would live in, and if we could get back to that, that would be amazing. I had a chance to visit Firestone. At that time, they were having an art and fashion show where people could buy their artwork. And correct me, someone, the name of their choir, come on. Symphonic Choir. Thank you. Those young adults, young children, had me in tears. They sang "There's a Hero," and I was blown away. Blown away. I had to walk out with pride and go in the hallway and fix my face. So they were very awesome. Also, real quick, they are learning about drones. Drones, they can get college credits, receive drone certifications, and also start to record the football games and graduations. So learn about drones, guys. Thank you.
Member Hall. Member Molinar.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to begin by celebrating our 2025 Scholar of the Year, Olivia Hoyts from Firestone CLC, who's going to go to Barnard in the fall. When she told me that she hadn't fully realized how meaningful the honor was until she received it, I told her I was proud of her, but I should have explained that what I'm really proud of is for her embracing and owning her achievement. For those of you that know Olivia, she's very humble, but this is something that's important for all young women. It's moments like these when our young women can confidently recognize their growth and their strength, and it reminded me why we're here, and it was such an honor for me to speak to the seniors at Garfield and present the Womanhood Award to Kristen Simmons, as she is also an incredible example of a young woman with drive, focus, and the ability to lead uplifting change. Those weren't my words, those are her teachers' words. The people who know her best said that they saw that in her, so celebrating her. Another thing about last week was I attended the NIF STEM open house, and I was genuinely impressed, not just by the teachers and the programs, but also just the innovative design of the building, within the building itself, their utilization of the movable walls and the flexible furniture that allows the teachers and students to shape their classrooms day to day, not just semester by semester, but depending on their needs that day. It was really inspiring for me to think about, especially as we consider the future of North and our Miller South Pfeiffer buildings. As Member Harrison said, we do get your emails. We might not have responded to them all yet. I'm trying to say it in the microphone now. Also, we do hear you, and I remember the promise that I was part of making to build Pfeiffer in Kenmore. And I do have serious concerns about the viability of an alternate Pfeiffer option and the room we have in the other buildings. So I think we have to continue plans and build a school on the Kenmore site. I'm unsure what's happened to the original timeline, but I understand it's time that we establish and then be accountable to the plans that we are making.
Thank you, Member Molinar. Are there any other board member reflections? All right, seeing and hearing none, we'll move on to our community reflections. We have Tina Boyd.
Thank you, Madam President. School board members, I appreciate the opportunity to address you. I am the Ward 9 councilperson representing Kenmore here in Akron, and as you can imagine, I've received many, many phone calls and emails over the past week. Last Tuesday, we were provided a set of plans, options that you all are to consider related to the aforementioned Miller South Pfeiffer campus on the Kenmore High School site. As we've had time to digest these things, again, the many phone calls I'm receiving, the 11,000 voters of Kenmore are feeling like they're participating in a bit of a bait and switch. On November 5th, Akron passed a levy to rebuild North. That was 16 months after this board vowed not to reduce your footprint in Kenmore and rebuild Miller South School for the Visual and Performing Arts at the Kenmore High School site. I hosted an APS committee member at one of my Ward 9 meetings, and the crowd was very enthusiastic for the very reason that you all promised to build that campus on that Kenmore High School site. It's been almost 2 years later, and the only advancement we've seen on that project is the demolition of our beloved high school. As you can imagine, for a community whose city was named Kenmore, whose high school was named Kenmore, which is now has no schools with the Kenmore moniker on it, this is devastating to folks in our community. I just wanted to say, you know, I understand population changes, but Kenmore is still the second largest neighborhood in Akron. When you compare the number of schools in Kenmore to the number of schools in Ellet, there are 6 schools in Ellet. We are talking about having a potential 3 schools in Kenmore in a community similar size to Ellet. I know you guys have to consider clusters, and I understand that, but Akron isn't made of clusters, it is made of neighborhoods. And the social fabric that is built around neighborhoods, not clusters. So I just encourage you, take a look at your cluster map. One of the options that you have listed will not only decrease Kenmore, but increase one of the smallest communities in Kenmore to not 6, but 7 schools. And to me, that is not a viable option. And that is not keeping your word to the Akron community or Kenmore. And again, these 11,000 voters, they may not have all turned up for the last levy, but I can guarantee you what I'm hearing is not only will they not vote for the next levy, they may even advocate against it. And I, as an Akron Board Council person, I do not want to see that. So please, as you consider these things, take that into consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Boyce. Next, we have Amelia Clark.
Hi, my name is Amelia Clark, and I am supporting Piper in Akron. I'm going to be reading my essay about why I love Piper. Have you ever wondered why you should keep Piper open? This essay helped me realize you should keep Piper open. This essay will include information about why I love Piper so much. This essay will also give 3 reasons why I love Piper so much. The first reason why I love Piper so much is because Ms. McIntyre and Ms. Marsh, my principal and dean, reward us, Piper, parties when we earn it. The second reason why I love Piper is because I want my little sisters to have the same experiences I had here at Piper. The third reason why I love Piper so much is because I have special connections with some of the teachers at Piper. I hope you learned why I love Piper so much. Thank you for reading my essay. But you also promised to rebuild Piper, and I need you to keep your promise. Thank you for your time.
I do apologize for the mispronunciation of this name. It looks like it says Eleni Manswagidis. Please tell me. Manasanakias. Thank you, Ms. Manasanakias.
Good evening, everyone. I stand before you as a Piper and Kenmore High grad, as well as the Executive Director of Better Kenmore CDC. I call upon both your intellect and your humanity. Starting with logic, I imagine that APS construction contracts likely follow the Buy American Act, meaning materials and goods are sourced domestically and therefore excluded from recent tariff hikes. Secondly, the Ohio inflation rate is between 3% and 4%. This is hardly near the stated project increase of over 20%. Of the options presented, there has been no mention of considering changes in scope to the designs, and even those have not been made publicly available. The heart says this isn't just about construction and budget, right? It's about you breaking a promise that was made to our voters, to our children, to our families, and to our community. A promise that a new school would rise, that investment would finally come, and that someone out there believed we were worth it. It's about justice because a community already fighting poverty, violence, and systemic neglect is being asked to carry yet another burden. When a school is promised and then never built, it sends a brutal message. You are not a priority. It tells our kids, our parents, our teachers, you don't matter enough. And in a community already struggling to be seen, to be heard, to be valued, that kind of betrayal cuts deep. Imagine what it does to a child to watch the lot sit empty where their school was supposed to stand, to pass by it every day and wonder why their future is always the one put on hold. You told them you deserve more and are now discussing giving them nothing. Schools are not luxuries in our neighborhood, they're lifelines. They are where people gather, not to buy, not to consume, but to grow, to learn, and to connect. Teachers become mentors, janitors become guardians, and principals become pillars. And when a school is taken away, an entire ecosystem collapses because the damage doesn't stop at the students. It weakens the sense of hope that is essential to any revitalization effort. Community revitalization depends on strong anchors, and schools are among the most important. They attract families, support workforce development, and build a sense of local pride. As families move away, businesses hesitate to invest. Our current businesses suffer, and potential residents look elsewhere. Generational hope, that dims. Kenmore is not broken. It's been betrayed. We are the second largest neighborhood, yet have the fewest schools. Our children should not have to beg for a safe, modern, fully funded school in their own neighborhood. We deserve to see cranes in the sky and doors opening, not padlocks and empty lots. Build both Miller South and Pfeiffer as promised. You see our kids are watching, right? Thank you.
Next, we have either Jacqueline or Jacqueline Bush, Andrea Morton, and Brandy Vickers.
Hi, it's Jocelyn. Over the last 50 years, independent contractors have proven to be the cheapest, most responsive, most responsible option. But times change, and so do circumstances. Unfortunately, as we saw this administration wanting to head in a new direction and all of us wanting to keep our jobs, we conformed and transformed ourselves to still fit the district's need, which is why Buckeye Logistics and Transit was created by van drivers, for van drivers, and other qualified candidates. Understanding Akron Public Schools' need to be proactive, I urge the board to vote Buckeye Logistics and Transit primary. They understand that the district needed to maintain a certain budget to be able to exhibit financial responsibility, which is why they came in at the same rate the district is paying the current vendor. If any supplemental transportation is required, then it makes sense to add the next 3 lowest vendors. Top 3 vendors on the list have at least 74 vans total, plus Buckeye Logistics and Transit has 118 vans, totaling 191, and the district is asking for 200 total. Buckeye Logistics and Transit is an Akron-based business, also being a double minority business, both MBE and WBE. All of their drivers are vetted, background checked, and certified through the state of Ohio. I have been a van driver for over 10 years. I trust Brandy as do all the other van drivers. They trust Brandy, that's why transportation employees have needed her to contact her for information because of her knowledge and expertise. I sincerely hope the board continues to push the climate change that is needed so badly so that we can get back to being a family again. We've been loyal to the district for over 50 years and did exactly what they asked, which is form a company. Please remember this. The board knew nothing about the van drivers for over 50 years because for 50 years we did our jobs and did it well. Just ask yourselves, who would you want to transport your children? Thank you. Ooh, I did it early. Hold on, I wanted to say something about the Kenmore as well. I was a Kenmore student as well, and I agree with them in the community about keeping the schools and doing what's right. So, thank you.
Hello. Okay, so I have to say this. Everything that we're going through right now with Buckeye Logistics and Transit and Transportation, it feels like an auction. These children are not objects and should not be sold to the lowest bidder every year. You can't tell me that responsive and responsible that is responsive and responsible to give these students to companies you've never seen or heard of driving through the city of Akron? Why are we so quick to put a price tag on the stability and safety of our children? In the previous committee meeting, the administration said 1,400 students will need transportation. So let's do a quick math breakdown. One route equals 6 students. Each van holds between 7 and 9 passengers. Buckeye has 118 drivers who can easily drive 2 routes, which 99% of our drivers drive multiple routes anyway. This means that we will effectively transport 1,416 students with no problems, well over the district's needs. Give Buckeye the same consideration that they gave the current vendor last year who only had 12 vans. Give us the whole contract and maybe 1 or 2 supplemental vendors, but not 8. Transportation fought hard to give the current vendor the entire contract with only 12 vans documented on her RFP last year. Yes, only 12. And they fought hard for her even after being told no by the board. Well, where's the fight for the loyal van drivers? I'm not going to say that part. How is it that Buckeye Logistics and Transit has 118 vans at the same rate that they accepted from the current vendor last year before the levy passed, yet we're at the bottom of the totem pole? 5 is the bottom to me. I've always been taught if you're not first, you're last. This is an insult to us. We are the same drivers who have held this contract for the past 50 years. Yes, we're going to keep stressing that because it's facts. We're the same drivers that transportation encouraged the current vendor to hire in order to help her be successful, but off our backs. This whole thing with wanting to control routing by attempting to separate them into clusters is just another way for them to feed the current vendor and take away from us van drivers. Never has clusters been done before. This is not efficient. Previous vendors never did clusters, neither did transportation when it was just ICOs. Clusters is it's a formality for them to control things. In fact, it also contradicts the rules outlined in the RFP, specifically question number 17, which someone asked, are bidders expected to do the routing for these students, or will the district be providing routing? And their answer was the vendor will be responsible for doing routing for the students. The difference between us and them is that we are hungry, we're dedicated, and we're committed. We're in here fighting for our jobs. Nobody else is in here fighting. We are. And I can promise you that if you make Buckeye Logistics and Transit the primary, rightfully so, you will not need any additional vendors at all because we will meet the needs of the district. Thank you.
So I had a speech, but I don't think I need to reiterate to this board where I stand. I've been here for 2 years, and you guys know my position. What I will say to you all is that all over the world, there's a driver shortage. I have seen districts stop being able to transport certain students because of this shortage. And however, this district is afforded 120 van drivers that have been here every year fighting to keep our jobs. Every year it's been some new attempt to prevent us from maintaining our position, some narrative that's been created. Year 1, there was an emergency, so they justified paying 2 vendors $3 million to transport 151 kids. When we were paid the same $3 million to transport 1,158 children. Year 2, it was recommendations, mandates, liability issues after 53 years. And now this year, they need 8 vendors. Just seems like another attempt to stop the van drivers from being successful. I do understand that being proactive is the board's responsibility, and I will respect your decision, but I do believe that the van drivers deserve to be the primary vendor on this contract. I lost my place. So no other vendor had constraints on them. There were no clusters, there were no this, there were no that, and we're just basically asking to have the same opportunity that all the other vendors had. I don't feel like we should be the one that they want to put the handcuffs on, and we were the people for the last 54 years that transported these children responsibly. And, you know, whether they care to admit it or not, they have relied on me heavily over the last 10 years. And to maintain driver compliance, but more importantly, to ensure student safety, that's always been my priority. And I'm just asking the board to continue to support the van drivers and to remember to please be loyal to those who have been loyal to this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vickers. The next speaker to address the board is Raylyn DeViso. Raylyn DeViso.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Raylyn DeViso. I spent 13 years as an intervention specialist in Stowe before joining Akron Public Schools as a job training coordinator. As both a JTC and a CCAA teacher, my classroom is the community. I work with students with significant cognitive disabilities, helping them build real-life job skills so they can transition successfully from school to work. I'm speaking today because my position and one other JTC have been recommended for elimination. This would reduce our current team to 7 JTCs, from 7 JTCs to just 5. With 6 high schools, plus Bridges and AAA, 5 JTCs simply will not be enough to provide equitable access to our transition to work pathway. Next school year, we already have 140 students enrolled in our pathway, more than half of whom are in an AIM multiple disabilities classroom, where staffing ratios are 8 students to 2 adults. If we drop to 5 JTCs, our ratio would jump to 28 students per JTC. That's not only over the recommended 24-to-1 ratio for intervention specialists, but it's also unsafe in community job settings. We contacted the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce. They confirmed that JTC should follow the intervention specialist ratio of 24-to-1 as a max, but emphasized when looking at the specially designed instruction for students with the most significant disabilities, and when instruction takes place in a community setting, that ratio could be significantly lower. We currently support 14 business partner job training sites. These partners were told by the pathway would continue, but they also understand that fewer staff means fewer students can participate. That puts our growing program and the futures of these students at risk. Other districts like Toledo Public Schools will serve only 12 more students than us next year, but they'll do so with 9 JTCs, which is 4 more than us if you make the cuts, and they also have 7 job coaches, which we have none. This represents a staffing difference of 11 additional personnel despite serving, 11 additional personnel despite serving a similar student population in a JTC program. Akron Public Schools has said it wants every student to be a part of a CCAA pathway. But if these cuts happen, a large portion of our students with significant cognitive disabilities will lose access to their only viable pathway and not have the same opportunities as their general education peers. Our pathway is a transition service which is specified on a student's IEP. I understand the reality of tough financial decisions, but this particular cut disproportionately impacts students who already face the greatest barriers. The transition to work pathway is a bridge between school and adult life for these students. I urge you to reconsider. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Davison. Next person to address the board is Sonia Presper.
Good evening. My name's Sonia Presper. I'm a proud alumnus of Kenmore High School, and actually Reimer Smith and I think those are the only 2 grade schools. I'm a taxpayer and an active voter in the city of Akron, Ward 1. I was present at the 2023 Board of Education meeting where the new construction of Miller South and Pfeiffer Elementary were approved. During that meeting, then President Derek Hall made a statement that deeply resonated with me. He said he could not, in good conscience, support the teardown and rebuild of North High School because the board had done nothing but take things away from the Kenmore community, and that if he was a Kenmore resident, would not vote for another school levy. This is exactly how I was feeling at the time and the reason for my attendance. Mr. Hall's comment validated what many in the Kenmore community have felt. I decided that if Kenmore project failed, I would not vote for another levy. The Kenmore project was approved, and I did vote for the levy. Now, here we are. I do not know the start dates for when the building was supposed to begin. Were there not projections for possible price increases? We were still reeling from COVID. Not to anticipate labor increases and costs as well as material costs is negligent. The frustration for the Kenmore community is ongoing. I could go back to the 7 school closures in Kenmore or how the Kenmore-Garfield merger went. It was no merger. A merger is a business deal where 2 existing independent companies combine to form a new singular legal entity. Nothing new was formed. Kenmore was closed along with its names, colors, mascot, and property, discarded. While the topic of the merger may seem irrelevant at this point, once again, the board is letting down and breaking promises to the Kenmore community. Supporting each neighborhood should be part of the job for all board members, not consistently awarding enhancements to one neighborhood, which I live in. I strongly encourage you, the board, to find a way to make good on your promises to the taxpayers, especially those in the Kenmore community. Don't give me and many others a reason to vote no on the upcoming levies. And as I listen to all the accolades from your talented students, I don't know, maybe you could get creative and somehow incorporate them in building the new Kenmore High School, or the next tear down, consider repurposing the building material so you get something out of it. You know, you just got to be creative because this is not working. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pressburg. Next, we have Lorraine Wise.
Good evening. I am here tonight to speak to you about the Pfeiffer and Miller South new building. As a community member, property owner, parent, grandparent, and a former Akron Public Schools student from grades K through 12th who graduated proudly from Kenmore High School in 1990. I want to say that Akron Public Schools has done wrong to Kenmore community. We began with 7 elementary schools. We are now down to 3 elementary schools and 1 middle school. If you do not rebuild the Pfeiffer, we will only have 2 elementary schools in Kenmore. The Kenmore community has been working hard on rebuilding our community back up, but it is going to get harder if this board decides not to honor a social contract that was made on March 13th, 2023. Families will not want to move into the Kenmore neighborhood without having any schools, elementary schools in their neighborhoods. You would be redistricting Pfeiffer students between 3 schools, with the majority going to Mickey Bright, which is not even in our neighborhood. These kids would be bused across town. Administration keeps asking the question, why are our enrollment keeps declining? This is the prime reason that declines. Our beloved Kenmore High School would not have decreased enrollment if APS did not redistrict and take students that lived in Kenmore area and went to Kenmore High School and actually redistricted them to Garfield to up their enrollment so that they could say Garfield had more to justify closing the Kenmore High School. This board and the Director of Communications stated that we are committed to transparency and responsible financial stewardship. We are working diligently to navigate these challenges and ensure the successful completion of construction projects while safeguarding taxpayer dollars. If you are truly committed to transparency and safeguarding our taxpayers' dollars, then as a taxpayer and a community member, I want answers. Can the build in Kenmore still happen for both schools by coming up with a new building design? Yes, ideally, it would be great to have a bathroom in all kindergarten rooms, but it is not necessary. Many of our new buildings, the students don't even use those bathrooms. Teachers keep them for themselves or use them for storage.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Wise. Next, we have Barry Wise.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Wise.
They say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And I must be insane. Some of you may remember me from that March of 2023 meeting. I was the one who stood here and said that I was a proud Kenmore High School graduate of the class of 1992. I raised my family in Kenmore. All my children went to Pfeiffer Elementary School. I myself went to Pfeiffer Elementary School. I still live on the same physical block that I grew up in. I spoke on how the closing of Kenmore cluster schools hurt the Kenmore community and how families do not want to live in neighborhoods that they don't have schools to send their children to. That day I spoke of how many years ago we were told, pass this levy and we will build you new schools. So we did. But instead, you closed our beloved Kenmore High School, merged it with Garfield. We were told in the Kenmore Auditorium that there would be a new school name, new mascot, new colors. Instead, the new building was named Garfield. Their mascot is the Rams. Their colors are maroon and gold. Our beloved Cardinal, our beloved black and red, thrown away like yesterday's trash. We were lied to. We were told the new building will have, that Monday in March of 2023, the school board voted to build a new school on the Kenmore High School site, combining Pfeiffer and Miller South, thus saving one of the 4 remaining schools in a community that once held 8. So we said we would help pass the new levy to rebuild North, like we agreed. I did vote for that levy. Then I listened to the meeting on May 19th of 2025. The sick feeling of anger came back. We once again had been lied to. Once again, the school board doesn't care about Kenmore. I don't know if any of you know the neighborhood, but by sending children to Sam Salem and Reimer from Pfeiffer District would cause them to cross Kenmore Boulevard, walk Manchester Road, 2 roads that my children and myself were not allowed to cross at that age. And then to send the remaining to Mickey Bright, 2.5 miles away. That's not even in our neighborhood. I feel it is easy to close schools, move children, when you are not affected by that closing or those movements. I suggest that if you want the support of Kenmore and the levy that has been mentioned several times here the last few months, I suggest you build on the site. Keep your word. I taught my children that your word is the only thing people can't take away from you. Continue to teach our children to keep their word. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Next, we have Shannon Painter and Vicki Lamson.
Hi, I'm Shannon Painter. We live in the Kenmore. Our kids went to Pfeiffer, and we work there. I'm the family liaison, which is like being the mom of 197 kids. I take away any home barriers so they can learn without worry. If they need school supplies, clothes, food, or a hug to make sure they have a good day, that's me. Believe me, I don't earn much money, so I'm there for the love of my school and my kids. Our community has lost 4 of our elementary schools and our high school. We're begging you to keep our only remaining elementary school that's actually in Kenmore. Kenmore matters, Pfeiffer matters. We started a petition to save our school, and over 1,127 people agreed. Please vote to rebuild Pfeiffer. Our kids deserve a school they can walk to, not be bused to neighboring schools. Do you realize the closest school is actually Colonial Prep, a charter school? Have you thought how many of our students will leave APS to go there? Vote to rebuild Pfeiffer, and our kids and community deserve it. I made some printouts from our kids for each of you. There's letters for the board as to why you should keep Pfeiffer, if I can.
While she's passing out, I'm going to go ahead and get started. My name is Miss Vicky, and I have been the lunch lady there for 32 years. Teachers that I fed their kids. I have parents that I fed their kids. I need my paper, though, for the totals. And I've lived in Kenmore all my life, and I graduated from Kenmore. My husband, from 39 years, we've been together, and he graduated from Kenmore. But more importantly, I want to give you this. And I'm not fibbing. You can call child nutrition, and Mrs. Folk, she knows me very well. I'm honest with my word. But listen to this. During COVID, me, Little Pfeiffer School, listen to this total. I fed 88,582 meals. The first year of COVID. You know why? Because they could walk to me. You know why? Because they were in the neighborhood. I had people coming all over. And why did they do that? Because they knew me. I'm in the neighborhood. Oh my gosh, Miss Vicki lives right by the school. I get out all the time. I love our kids. And this really hurts so bad. You know what I got coming in the morning this morning? Miss Vicki, what am I going to do if they close our school? What am I going to do without you? Do you know how bad that hurts? Those babies don't deserve this. And yeah, we go to 5th grade. Those 5th graders are still babies. They got their whole elementary school, putting them in these other schools. And I know you board members are sick of hearing it, because I would be too. But we deserve it. We deserve it so much. And if you're not in Kenmore, you don't get Kenmore. Kenmore had so much pride and so much, it's Kenmore. And we need to be rebuilt. And I don't understand on the options how we were not even included in 2. We just had 1. Come on, guys. Kenmore's good. Kenmore deserves this. I thank you for your time. I thank you for listening. And if I do get rebuilt, I would like the cafeteria to be Miss Vicky, right above the door. Thank you.
For a slight donation, we can make that happen, Miss Vicky.
It's nothing he shouldn't have said. Thank you.
I got your number, buddy. Hey, who in here would donate for Miss Vicky's?
And I'm sure she probably get a lot more too. Thank you for that, Ms. Vicki. I was just trying to recognize your time, because you had moved in on your colleagues' time, so you actually had time. So I wanted to be respectful of that. So thank you. Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jessica, I think it's Swagger.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Jess Swagger, and I'm a proud mom of 3 Akron Public Schools kids, 2 of which attend Miller South. I also serve as the executive director of First Glance Student Center. We are an APS out-of-school time provider. We take kids from Reimer, Pfeiffer, and Sam Salem every single day after school until 5:30. And I'm also a long time, I think it's 15 or 16 years now, resident of Kenmore neighborhood. I'm here tonight because I deeply care about our students, and I know you do too. I care about my families, and I care about our community. I'm concerned and I'm heartbroken over the options being considered for the removal of Pfeiffer and the location of Miller South. Pfeiffer students deserve a school that was promised to them, the school that was meant to be built in their neighborhood on the Kenmore campus, within walking distance of their homes. That promise wasn't just about convenience, it was about equity, access, and keeping the word to the families who've already experienced more than enough disruption. Research is clear, students who attend school closer to home, within walking distance, have better attendance rates. We see that over and over at First Lance. All of our students are within our neighborhood walking. We service over 1,000 different individuals a year. It's not just about data, though. It's common sense. Less travel for our families means fewer barriers. We want to overcome the obstacles that are presented to our families. It means more stability, greater engagement, both for our students and their families. When I personally voted yes to the levy, I did so in good faith. I believed in your commitment to build Miller South and Pfeiffer on the Kenmore campus. That promise mattered to me as a taxpayer, as a parent of Akron Public Schools kids, and as someone who supports Akron Public Schools every single day. Kenmore has already lost so much, our high school, 5 elementary schools, and yet despite all these losses and all the betrayals, our community continues to rally around Akron Public Schools. We continue to believe in you guys. We offer after-school programming every single day for our families. We provide them with tutoring, support so parents can maintain employment, which is so big for our families. We also just hosted the Miller South art show, which was beautiful and such a fun experience to collaborate with the community. This isn't just about buildings, it's about keeping our promise. Today, at after-school programming, one of the kids from Pfeiffer came up to me and said, "Why did I have to fill out a survey for Akron Public Schools?" And I remember my kids filling this out of all the wishes that I wanted in a new school, and they're not gonna fulfill my wishes. And it broke my heart. So I'm asking you, fulfill the promises you made to these babies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swagger. Next, we will have Malia Shantz.
Good evening. I am Malia Shantz, an art teacher at Miller South School for the Visual and Performing Arts. I am here to advocate for the rebuilding of the school and its own building and keeping it as an independent program. I have 4 points to make. The first, let me highlight a few unique offerings at Miller South. It offers more arts than any other middle school in the area. All students receive a lesson in their interest area each day. Students can start band and orchestra in the 4th grade. We are the only middle school to offer dance, theater, and piano. Furthermore, we also offer steel drum band, jazz band, dance ensemble, chamber choir, show choir, and a costume club that is rare among other middle schools. I find it unlikely that these features will attract and retain APS students would we be in option 3. Second, Miller South works because of our close connection between academic and artistic instruction. Miller South academic and art teachers work together for many assignments to learn and teach each other's subjects. Just this year, I have collaborated with colleagues to include academic standards into 18 art projects in my classroom. I've also helped other teachers include printmaking, upcycled fashion, and watercolor into their classrooms. And this is just from me, one single teacher in the entire building. Integrating the arts encourages students that are attracted to Miller South. While it certainly develops their artistic skills, it also helps them master the core curriculum, which is very evident in our state testing scores. Third, enrollment. Miller South continues to grow. Our audition process has improved over the last 4 years, allowing for better equity and opportunities for students. We currently have a wait list for entry. Miller South is in high demand, and we continue to grow each year. We attract students from outside of Akron and growing APS and keeping our students in the district. Lastly, Miller South program is possible because it is housed in its own contained environment. The entire student body and all teachers meet each day in the auditorium for a morning meeting. We review school goals, give reminders, and we even sing a special happy birthday song that was written by a founding teacher over 30 years ago. This special, unique environment is what allows Miller South to have an outsized impact in the community and have the most engaged alumni of any other APS middle school. We had over 60 alumni return, many performing and one emceeing at our 30-year anniversary event. Miller South alumni return as guest artists, speakers, teachers, and subs. They inspire our current students to be creative, problem solvers, and critical thinkers. Please consider Miller South as an independent building, voting for either option 1 or 2 when deciding for our future. Miller South offers a focus on the arts with an academic integration that isn't dominant in other area schools. Miller South is a growing school where quiet kids become performers, timid children become confident, and shy students become leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shantz. Next, we have Mr. John Bunton, Jr.
Good evening. My name is John Bunton Jr. I am a business owner on Kenmore Boulevard. I'm a resident of Kenmore, and I'm the president of the Kenmore Chamber of Commerce. I was asked to come up here for information about the chamber, give you facts and figures about how this would affect our businesses, but I'm not going to do that. I think I'm going to concentrate on another thing I was asked to talk about, and that's something positive. The Kenmore Chamber publishes a community newspaper called the Kenmore Connection. It is mailed to every business, apartment, and home in the Kenmore Ward 9 area, about 8,600 places. It's about the good news about Kenmore, and I want to talk about its relation to Piper Elementary School. Year after year after year after year, Piper has put in a full-page article about its students and its school system. They have been the biggest supporters you could ever imagine having, in a school, which I'm very certain you're not aware of. I want to be able to hopefully pass these out to you after I'm done. They have done such a good job of saying why students should be going to Piper Elementary School. You're all in a battle right now, the Akron school system, against charter schools, other school systems, religious schools. There's just so many choices these days. And right now, you've got Piper. All they do is talk up how great it is to go to their school and go to Akron Public Schools. I know it's easy just to throw numbers around and try to figure out what's the best cost and all that, but sometimes you have to go looking at more than just some short-term savings, and you got to think about what you're going to get in the long run. And in the long run, from a school like Piper, who is such a great cheerleader for the Akron Public Schools and for their students, I just can't imagine why you'd want to let them disappear. You shouldn't be benching a school like Piper Elementary School. They really need to have a new school to continue the hard work of, for free, promoting, all that it is that Akron Public Schools does, and all that it is that those great teachers do at Piper Elementary School too. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bunton. Next is Caitlin Hazlitt. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hi. Thank you for this opportunity. I just want to first say I'm simply a parent of a student at Miller South. She might kill me if I just say her name, so I'm not going to. When we started Miller South this year, I was very excited to hear that we'd be moving to Kenmore. I know that Kenmore is this vibrant area and has an amazing community. The first nights, the first glance, it's so cool now to put a face to it. It just has many opportunities, and I thought Miller South was going to be perfect to integrate into this community. I also want to say how Miller South serves as a model about how public schools can truly make a difference. Miller South's test scores outperform Litchfield's, and Miller South reading is 71%, while Litchfield is at 31%. And Miller South has 40% of its kids on IEPs, We can do this as public schools. We can truly make a difference in kids' lives. And Miller South is just an example of that. And to take that away would be devastating. And also, we have parents that are involved in kids' education at Miller South. And this is what we want across the APS. We want parents involved. We want parents to show up to performances. We want them to see the awards. And I know as a parent, I don't make it to every single event, but I make it to some. And I've made it to more at Miller South because they really do make you feel included in the school. With that being said, I think if Miller South closed, there's a lot of parents that would not feel comfortable sending their kids to Litchfield. I think that they would pull their kids, and that might be half of the school, it might not be, but that is voucher money, and that's money taken away from the district. It's money not available for use in the district. And honestly, as I just really believe public school is where we should be at. And those are kids that are not going to come back, and that follows them through high school. So 13 million might sound like a lot, but if you think about the vouchers, you lose 4,000 per student, and you multiply that by 200, multiply that by how many years they're with us, and all those future kids coming up. 13 million doesn't start to sound that much. You're going to be losing more through the voucher program if you do not fund this school. In addition, APS has one of the highest suspension rates in Ohio. We suspend blacks and Hispanics 2 times and 1.8 more times more than white students. And I could not find data on Miller South, but I would suspect that the suspension rates would be lower due to other outlets to express themselves and to integrate themselves into the school. This being said, we have to create a culture of understanding in our schools that benefits all children. If we could use Miller South as this model in other public schools, that would be fantastic. We also need to make sure that we have a way and a model to show how to improve test scores, how to show that higher teacher ratios to students. We are 10 to 1 at Miller South, where other schools are up to 12. I'm sorry, that's it. Okay. Anyways, I'm just really want Miller South to stay.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. James Hardy.
Good evening. My name is James Hardy. I'm a former Akron Public School Board member, Deputy Mayor and Chief of Staff for the City of Akron, and Ward 8 Akron City Councilman, which incorporates the Firestone cluster. I'm also a former board member of Better Kenmore, wherever Alana's at. More than most, I understand the difficult financial position the board is facing with this project, but I'm pleading with the board to please don't break your promise to the Kenmore community to rebuild both the Miller South and Pfeiffer schools on the Kenmore High School site. During my 6 years on the board, we faced similar tough choices with East CLC and Bookdale CLC. I know Superintendent Dr. Otley was there for all of that. In both cases, we proceeded with what those communities felt was best, even though it made no financial sense at the time. During my time with Akron Public Schools, we also closed many schools, relying solely on financial and enrollment data, disregarding strong community objections. My biggest regret across my entire career in public service has been closing those schools. The devastation that occurred in those neighborhoods in the wake of these decisions will haunt me for the rest of my life. Nothing compares to how a center of education anchors a neighborhood, and I only wish I had understood this sooner. The community, myself included, went to the ballot box last fall believing North Hill and Kenmore neighborhoods were going to be taken care of. Altering that premise now is disingenuous and wrong. I'm begging the board not to break their promise to Kenmore and to the broader Akron community. There is $18 million sitting in the CLC account. Don't let the city tell you that you can't use it for this project, because you can. We can close this gap, whatever gap there is, and we can do the right thing for the community. And in closing, I just want to say, as a proud graduate of King, Litchfield, and Firestone, and as a lifelong resident of the Firestone cluster, we got ours. It's time to invest in Kenmore. Thank you.
Thank you. The last person we have to address the board is Cynthia Blake Stokes.
Good evening. Good evening, President Jackson and board members. My name is Cynthia Blake Stokes, and I'm a resident of Akron and a taxpayer and a proud resident of the 3rd Ward that overwhelmingly helped pass the last school levy. I cast my vote to support the school levy for the new North High School. We, this community, we show our commitment, we put our trust in you, but today that trust feels a little betrayed because after we say yes, after we agree to invest, what do we find out? We hear Kenmore project is suddenly $10 million in the hole to $13 million cost an explosion. And questions are swirling. Is North also facing massive 15 to 20 million deficit? How can this be happening now? And if that weren't shocking enough, this news comes right after the announcement of 10 million in budget cuts for the next school year, cuts that will impact our students, staff in our classes. So let me ask, how does this make sense? Millions missing from buildings, while millions are slashed from education. Where is the financial stewardship? Where is the competent oversight for the district treasurer and the finance committee? The community is asking, what exactly are you overseeing? Are you focusing on these gaps, financial holes, or are you perceiving that you are more consumed with micromanaging, overreaching, and wrestling with org charts? While the district's financial stability is crumbling, while effective leadership focus on the real crisis, we are also expecting board meetings that are modeled of clarity and of good governance, where the treasurer's role is to ensure financial transparency and not a parliament of afterthoughts. These issues are now landing on the desk of our new superintendent, Otley. She deserves to lead this district on solid ground and not on plague of past financial missteps. And thank you for helping to uncover this, Ms. Otley. So tonight, I am just asking the questions and demanding some actions. Where were the taxpayers, why were the taxpayers kept in the dark about $25 million of construction shortfall for Kenmore and North High School? Who's accountable or held accountable for the gross mismanagement? We expect accountability for the treasurer and the finance committee. What are the concrete plans to fix this? And I only got 25 seconds left because everybody is dancing around it. The current superintendent, he is incompetent to do this job. He did not do any forecasting, any inflation, any contingency reserve, and you don't need to open up an investigation to show that he is incompetent to manage this district, and he needs to be terminated immediately.
Thank you. Next, we would have the president's report. Simply, just for the sake of time, because of the community reflections, I just want to highlight that I had a wonderful time in recent events, Credible Spirit of Akron Public Schools. I had the honor of attending both STEM high school and APS online graduation ceremonies, each filled with pride, community, and inspiration. And it was just a wonderful thing to see the students completely supporting the leadership of the school as they were honored. APS Online, Ms. Abood and her team were clearly intentional in building strong relationships. Although the students were online, it was overwhelmed by the warring cheers that Ms. Abood received when her name was called. I also was excited because one of our student ROTC members who originally attended Bookdale graduated from APS Online, Jessica, and I was very happy to see her walk the stage. Following the APS online ceremony, I was approached by 2 graduates who asked whether their friend, a former classmate who tragically passed away during high school, could be acknowledged during graduation or have a diploma awarded posthumously. Now, the thing about this is that although they were graduating from APS online, I believe maybe their original school was Elliott, and I did share with these young ladies, and I talked to our student board member Taylor earlier because the student was from Elliott CLC, that Member Sykes had brought this up as a result of a parent who addressed this issue earlier this year, and that Member Autry had researched and found some information concerning that. So on behalf of these students and the board, I respectfully request an update or a timeline regarding the thoughtful and compassionate consideration with this, like where are we at with that? Because I know it was brought up, and sometimes we bring things up and a circle back never happens. So I want to be sure that we really look into that with fidelity, is how can we read out students' names or award their parents with a diploma or something to show they were here, they in fact existed, and this would have been the year that they graduated. I think I'll conclude my report there, as I said, to respect time, and I can pick it up at the next meeting. Next, we have the superintendent's updates and report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A recent Firestone CLC graduate, Sarah Harris, received the Harrington Scholarship. This is a partnership between the University of Akron and Akron Public Schools that focus on recruitment, employment, and retention of APS graduates who aspire to be teachers. Applicants are APS graduates committed to the profession of education and to working in APS immediately after graduation from the University of Akron. Candidates must apply at the end of their senior year of high school and maintain a 3.0 GPA throughout their course of college studies to be eligible. Sarah is the first Harrington Scholar graduate and has signed a letter of intent for employment at Akron Public Schools. We would like to say congratulations to Sarah. I received a letter recently via email from the Northern Ohio STEM Collaborative thanking APS for 5 years of support and partnership with their Army Education Outreach Program, Junior Solar Sprint Program, also known as JSS. They mentioned in the letter that as a result of APS ongoing support and leadership of our own Dr. Katrina Halassa, Science and Health Supervisor, and her dedicated staff, that we have helped to make the Junior Solar Sprint program a success. So we would like to again say congratulations to Dr. Katrina Halassa and her team. You will notice the generous donations in our board agenda, and we would just like to take a moment to thank all of our partners, families, and supporters who generously donate to provide grants and support to our scholars, and to let you know that you are truly appreciated. And I would like to conclude my remarks with a Be Kind update. Blooming kindness is spreading throughout Richmond CLC, thanks to the 4th and 5th grade student ambassadors. These students have been busy coloring and cutting out flowers and encouraging and kind statements written on them. They've been posting these flowers around the school, hoping to inspire others to bloom acts of kindness. It's a beautiful reminder that kindness can grow and spread, just like flowers in a garden. We would like to thank our counselor over at Richmond, Catherine Myers, for sharing this wonderful initiative and for helping foster a culture where kindness continues to flourish. Madam Chair, that does conclude my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Otley. Next, we have the Treasurer's Report.
I appreciate the opportunity to address some of our, at least in the first section, our 5-year forecast. Ms. Jackson, President Jackson, members of the board, and Ms. Outley. So, that's not working. So, we have a 5-year forecast that has to be submitted in the month of May, so we are very close to that. We've covered this in our finance committee meetings, but I just think it's worth reviewing, but I'm not advancing. So why do schools need additional levies? The average is 4.5 years. Every 4.5 years, school districts in the state of Ohio are consistently on the ballot for new money. And why is that? Is it mismanagement? Is it something else? Some of you that are a little bit older will remember in 1976 when we were just coming off the Vietnam War. Jimmy Carter was just elected. The economic environment in 1976 was horrible. Inflationary rates were at just over 20%. Compare that to where we were just a few months ago, and they were at 7 or 8% at their height. So with inflation rising at 20%, most people's instinct tells them that that would be bad for their home value, but it wasn't on paper. As inflation rises, so does the perceived value of your home. So that rises. At that point in 1976, schools, as your property value was reassessed and increased in value, so did your taxes automatically. So while the economy was in shambles, public schools were flush with cash. A man whose a name you may recognize, George Voinovich. He was the mayor of Cleveland at one point, I believe a city council person, state legislator, eventually governor of Ohio, and U.S. senator. He writes House Bill 920. And House Bill 920 is the impetus of why school districts are on the ballot so frequently. So I think we all would agree that expenses will rise in any institution almost no matter what you do. Now, you can alter the axis in which it rises, the rate in which it rises to some degree, but the fact of the matter is it will always increase. So House Bill 920, as a result of inflation being at 20%, they wanted to put a cap on it. This is not working very well. I apologize. They wanted to put a cap on it so that we were running people out of their homes. So the House Bill 920, which is codified in the Ohio Revised Code and in the Ohio Constitution, says that when revenue or when a levy is passed, it stays frozen in collections, meaning that when we pass a levy, it never increases, it stays flat. So imagine, you have a job and you get out of school and maybe you're making $20 an hour, not bad. But what if you're making $20 an hour 5 years from now, 10 years from now? The same salary repetitively over the course of time, eventually you would find yourself upside down. So it creates these things called boom and bust cycles. When you pass a levy for more money than you actually need, building up cash reserves. You try to hold on to that as long as you can, but because of House Bill 920, you will eventually go upside down. You start eating into your cash reserves, and then you find yourself back on the ballot. So boom and bust cycles are very normal. So how did we do in our fiscal management, and how did we do in our look from the beginning of the year to the end of the year in terms of accounting for those dollars? So we began the year with $106 million in cash reserves. We ended the year at $88 million in cash reserves. Where did that money go? The general fund of $365. We projected the general fund expenditures at 384, and we projected a loss of $18 million. Where does that money come from? State funding provides 56% of our budget, local taxes 39%, and 4% others. So projected local taxes, we projected at 144 million, 127 million in real estate, public utilities at 16 million, state funding at 205 million, Fair School Funding Act at 159, restricted state funding, which can only be used for specific things, at 33 million, our state share of local taxes at 13 million, and our projected all other revenue at 16 million. So how did that end up? So where does it go? And unfortunately, I'm not sure why it's not reading over there on the pie side of it. It does on mine. But the projected personnel costs are 310 million, which which was represented by the green, that's 81% of our budget is people. So when you run a school district, unlike Ford Motor Company that builds a product and has raw materials, we don't. So when you have to cut costs, it becomes very challenging to not cut into personnel somewhere along the way. You can see 220 million of its salaries, benefits almost 90 million, projected purchases for our projected purchase services at almost 40 million, and all other expenditures at 34 million, and that includes supplies, capital debt, and other operating advances and transfers. So this graph shows you actual in 2024, projected to 2029. The blue represents, blue represents our blue represents our revenue, and orange represents our expenditures. And you can see from 2025 on, we are in deficit spending, meaning we're spending more money than we're actually bringing in. Leaving things exactly as they are, we project in 2029 we would be in state receivership. So we have a district policy that says we need to have 2 months of cash on hand at all times, which is about $64 million now. And you can see that these are days on the top, are days of cash on hand, and we fall below that in 2027, down to 18 in 2028 and minus 30 days in 2029. Student district enrollment continues to decline, and as it declines, and it declines for a variety of reasons, but what you're seeing is you're seeing this decline in all of Northeast Ohio. Per pupil expenditures continue to rise. So when you break it, a daily cost per pupil, it's $111 every day for every student. And what this was showing you was the breakdown, but I'm not sure why it's not talking clearly, but gives you a pie graph breakdown of where those expenditures are coming from. This is important. The top part of this slide that you're looking at is our 5-year forecast in November of 2024. So how did we do in terms of forecasting, accounting for our dollars? Revenue we projected at $364 million, and revenue came in at $365.9 million. We projected expenditures to be at $384, and they came in at $384 million. So our current total revenue is over our forecast by $1 million, or 0.3%. and our current expenditures are below prior forecasts by $413,000 or 0.1%. I don't think you can get much closer than that. So what, you heard me mention the word state receivership. What does state receivership mean? State receivership is the process of the state coming in and taking over fiscal management and control of a public school district. So the first step or the first warning is fiscal caution, and it's triggered by early signs of financial issues. Fiscal watch is defined when, or is declared when deficits exceed 8% of your general fund revenue. So when that deficit hits 8% of our general fund revenue, that triggers us to be in fiscal watch. We'd have to submit a financial recovery plan within 60 days to the ODU. Fiscal emergency is declared if the district fails to submit an acceptable plan or if deficits exceed 15%. A financial planning and supervision commission is established. They sideline the school board and the administration. They cut to state minimum standards and tell you to pass a levy. So it's analogous, in my view, to surgery being done with a hammer and a saw versus being done with a scalpel. So we're trying to do it with a scalpel. So what is the May forecast? So the assumptions, the House version looks like it's going to hold, unfortunately, in the way we hoped it would not. I went to Columbus last week, met with some folks, and each person I met with told me the same thing: don't expect any significant change to House Bill 96. That's our budget bill.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
What? One moment, please. Member Harrison.
Can I call a point of order and ask that we get to the budget without the commentary? If we can get to the numbers.
Sure, that's what we're on right now. 1.75% is the holder for the wage placeholder for wage increase. Please know that that can go up, it can go down. It's simply a number to put in the 5-year forecast so that we account for pay increases. Health insurance is forecasted at 11% and 8% in fiscal year 28, 29, and 30. This assumes reductions of $10 million in permanent expenditures in fiscal year 26, $10 million reductions in fiscal year 27, inflationary growth on all major categories, and 10% on property values. So what does it look like? So this is the important piece of the 5-year forecast. Those red numbers are showing you deficit spending. The number below it is the amount of cash reserves we estimate to have on hand by the end of that fiscal year. So when you look at it from a state receivership perspective, in fiscal year 27, we were at 7%, which probably constitutes fiscal caution, although it's vague. This is not vague. $33 million is 11% of our total general fund revenue, which triggers fiscal watch. $54 million is 15%, which triggers state receivership. So additional other impacts on our 5-year forecast: the building projects and rising cost of construction. We're seeing 16% year over year, and it's been holding on construction costs. That's partially impacted by tariffs on some of those goods. Please remember, when the buildings were projected, GPD put those projections together for us. They were put together in 2023 to be completed in 2026 and to be well in construction by now. Aging CLCs, we're starting to see a need for repairs. Current contract negotiations certainly will impact our 5-year forecast. We have a need to refresh vehicles and buses. And we have a resolution, we have outstanding ULPs, unfair labor practice charges, grievances, and other legal matters which are going to impact our 5-year forecast. So construction alternatives or overruns, I can hold here actually, unless you want me to continue on to the building parts.
Member Sykes.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair, and Dr. Thompson. Let me just say that the Finance Committee did meet on May 19th, and we did review, and not only did the Finance Committee review, but the whole board was there on May 19th, and so we did take a look at the 5-year finance report that Dr. Thompson submitted, and we approved that report. We also took a look at the finance report for April, as well as the bond issuing that we will be asked to look at, which will be not to exceed $30 million of notes in anticipation of the expenses that we will have at North High School. And so all of these areas, we have reviewed this during the committee. We've asked questions, had dialogue about this, and so the request from the Finance Committee is that we approve these issues as we move through this report of Dr. Thompson.
Thank you, Member Sykes. Are there any other board comments? Member Harrison, did you? Okay. Then Member Hall.
I just want to say real quick, thank you, Madam President. This is depressing. You know, we talk about we doing this for the children, and yet by 2027, we may be overthrown by the government. I don't want to say overthrown like that,
yeah.
Right? So, I mean, the state could come in. I'll say it like that.
Yeah.
But you stated, what is acceptable plan? What is our acceptable plan? I understand the cuts and things like that, but what really, that's what I would really like to hear is, boom, you know, just what is our real acceptable plan for sustainment of APS? You know, how do we get our kids back here so that we can continue to sustain? Ms. Otley provided me with the towpath numbers of how many kids we're losing because they can't pay the $50 fee per credit.
Member Hall, we just want to remain germane on the topic for what he's discussing, please.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, on the budget.
No, I was just saying, like, what can we do to make these numbers better instead of constantly every time we have a board meeting where it's just so depressing that it's like no life. How do we bring life back with these numbers and what's going on?
Fair question. So our cost overrun alternatives, alter or modify the current plan projects is an option, reduce size, certain design elements, utilize a tax anticipation notes or TANs. And I gave you a handout so that you can read it at your leisure to give you an idea of how it works and what it does. But it could help us offset some of our cost overruns that we're projecting on, for example, the Kenmore project.
Okay, thank you. Member Harrison.
Madam Chair, I think what the ask is, because we do go into in depth in our committee meetings. So I think the ask today is to present what we should be approving. I think in our finance meeting we had a 2.5-hour finance meeting, and Member Hall asked a great question, and I think that question is a committee question because we want to have public input, and for the public, you can come to the finance committee meetings, and it is a little more lax, so you can engage in conversation. But for the meeting tonight, I think the ask is to approve what we covered on May 19th, So I think that's the ask. If we can be presented with the 5-year forecast and to vote on that, that would be the ask.
Mr. Treasurer?
I'm not sure what you want me to do at this point. We can vote. Obviously, I'm finished with the 5-year forecast. The other part that you would be voting on, if we're going to skip all the construction,
well, just
I'm not sure what the board wants me to do.
Is there any board members that are weighing on to that?
Well, I think
Member Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we have people in the audience that really want to see the options that were presented with the understanding that those were options that was presented to the board. Those are not the board's options, but because they're here, they came to see that. But that is where we should be going. We should, if the 5-year forecast, we reviewed the 5-year forecast, all the board members was at that meeting. If we're going to approve that, let's approve the 5-year forecast. We looked at the bond issue. We're going to approve the bond issue, or we're not going to approve the bond issue. I think that's what we want presented. And then I think the public that came tonight to see the options that were presented to the board, they're here to see those options. And after they see those options, with the understanding that those options are not the board's options, those options were presented to the board, I think that that's the ask.
Does that add clear, Member Molinar?
Thank you, President Jackson. I agree with everything that Member Harrison is saying. I think there might be some confusion even from some people in the audience that tonight the board might even be making a decision on something with the buildings. And it is to my understanding that there are no decisions tonight on anything with the buildings. And so I don't want to clarify or belabor the issue. And so one question I have of the treasurer, is there any information tonight that was not related to the buildings, that was not already presented at the meeting that we have a recording of and recording for?
No, and this is what I sent to the whole board that I was going to cover tonight. So
then as follow-up, I would agree that this conversation should continue in committee. I really appreciate Member Hall's recommendation of some positivity also. I am curious as we talk about finance committees, I'm curious about enrollment and the effect of enrollment on our projections. If enrollment increases, if enrollment decreases. I know I heard a lot of comments, we might have students leave the district or coming to the district, and I think Member Hall was getting to that with some other options. So I think that's a great committee conversation.
Thank you. So the point order is just that he's presenting a financial report, and the pause for the questions was directly on that. And it seems as though that, do you understand what the ask is now and where they would like for you to go on the report? I'm just trying not to talk so much.
Well, this is something that requires a board vote, so I'll finish this. And that's approval of $30,000 in bond anticipation notes. If you're unfamiliar with how a bond works, it essentially, excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry, $30 million, yeah, big difference there. $30 million in anticipation notes. But this is part of the $85 million that the community voted on. So what happens is you'll see these dates pop up. July 7th and 8th, there'll be a public offering when I say public offering, it's to investors. A public offering to investors to buy bonds that will fund the school. So exactly what the payment will be on that works just like a house payment. As you know, your interest rate of your house drives your payment. So depending on how the sale goes and the offering goes, we'll keep the interest rate as low as we can and sell as many bonds at that level. And when we're trying to get to 30 million, if we're struggling to get to 30 million, they may have to sell a certain number of those bonds at a slightly higher interest rate, which costs us more. But that's what will happen on July 7th and 8th. The pricing is set on the 23rd, and we'll receive that 30 million in funding, which will be the money that we need to start the North project.
Is there a motion to approve the five-year forecast?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President and members of the board, I move that we approve the 5-year forecast as submitted by our treasurer.
Thank you. It's been moved by Member Sykes. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Harrison. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, roll call vote, please. Dr. Thompson?
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Next is the approval of the April 2025 financial report resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the board, I move that we approve the financial report of April 2025.
It's been moved by Member Sykes. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Harrison. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Dr. Thompson, roll call vote, please.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Is there a motion to approve the bond issuance resolution in 8.5?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, member of the board, I move that we approve the bond issuance as submitted to us by our treasurer.
It's been moved that we approve the bond issue by Member Sykes. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Harrison. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Next, is it I'm sorry. Next is approval of the previous meeting minutes from May 12th of 2025. Is there a motion to approve the regular board meeting minutes from May 12th, 2025?
Madam President, I move to approve the regular meeting minutes from Monday, May 12th, 2025.
Thank you. It's been moved to approve the regular meeting minutes from May 12th, 2025 by Member Autry. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Molinar. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Dr. Thompson, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Next is our personnel recommendations from Superintendent Otley.
Thank you, President Jackson. Section 10, professional staff and administrators. Before we move forward, I would like to offer a brief clarification regarding the reappointment list included in section 10.9. It was brought to our attention that the treasurer's name was included in the list of the administrative contract renewals. This was an error made during the preparation of the recommendation, and I want to acknowledge that error at this time and clarify the process. Per board policy and standard governance practice, the treasurer's contract is not recommended by the superintendent. Rather, it is a matter exclusively between the board and the treasurer, and any contract decisions are determined collaboratively by the board and the treasurer directly. Human Resources inadvertently included the treasurer's name alongside district administrators. This was not appropriate, and I want to be clear that my recommendation tonight is for all positions listed in section 10.9, excluding the treasurer's position. So at this time, are there any questions regarding section 10?
Thank you, Superintendent. Member Harrison?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would ask that 10.9 be moved to executive session be voted on after the executive session.
It's been moved by Member Harrison that we move the employment matters in 10.9 to executive session to be acted upon after the executive session. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Member Hall. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Dr. Thompson, roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Sykes?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, because my daughter is included on this, I will have to abstain.
Thank you, Member Sykes. Are there any other questions or comments by the board? Any discussion, excuse me? All right, seeing and hearing none. Dr. Thompson?
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0 with one abstention.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, Member Harrison.
Thank you. I believe this to be a typo in 10.2. I'm assuming that we're looking at May 9th, 2026, and 10.2 revision administrative extended time revision.
10.2. Where are you at on 10.2?
I'm on 10.12.
Oh, you said 2.
Oh, I'm
brother.
sorry. Flip some pages. Go to Genesis.
Okay.
It's at the beginning.
Okay, revision, okay.
10.12. The dates don't seem to be right.
Mm-hmm.
Is that 2026?
Oh, yes. That would be an error. That's clear. Yeah, I think that's not an error from June to May 2025. How can that be? I don't know how that's possible.
Ms. Carter, could you come forth and address that question for the board?
From June to May.
So it's being his ending date to receive any extended time has been changed from June 30th to May 9th. So he won't earn any more extended time. He won't earn extended time up to June 30th. So initially it was to end on June 30th, but we're ending it on May 9th.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Thank you. Are there any questions for section 11, miscellaneous?
Member Hall?
Thank you, Madam President. For 11.7, I think I have more 11s too. Is this a new position for the teacher special projects, autism, and JP scholarship program? And I'll just ask my question. Is that a new position, and how does that fall in the same, does that fall in the same category as the JTCs?
Ms. Frymeyer from our Office of Students with Disabilities will come forth and address that question for the board.
Thank you.
It is not a new position. We have retirement in that position, so it would be refilling that position.
Just a follow-up.
Yes, Member Hall.
Just a quick follow-up. Because I know we have on the RIF list 2 JTCs, would one of those positions work within this position, or are those 2 separate
They're two
jobs?
separate. So
Okay.
this teacher special project does not exceed 24 hours, and they just write and hold and participate in the scholarship meetings.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Any questions regarding Section 12 supplemental contracts?
I apologize. Member Hall.
I'm sorry, I had another couple more questions for Section 11. Section 1110 with employment for home instructors. I think I counted, maybe 15? What exactly are the home instructors? Are they the ones that, like online schooling? And is it one home instructor per student? Or how many students do they have? Because I thought that was, I don't know if that's enough or if that's too many home instructors online.
So for the home instructors, they're as and when needed, whenever students are accessing home instruction, which is a bridge whenever they can't be in school for whatever reason, but we are still providing access to their educational environment. They receive 1 hour per day of instruction, students, so the home instructors typically can have up to 4 students, not to exceed 20 hours in a week.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, that's fine. If they have like 4 students, I was just curious, like how many students do we have that are doing home, like online? And is this enough or is this too many home instructors? If they have 4 each, I'm curious to find out how many students that do we have receiving this service. And, with all of this rifting and things going on, can they take more than 4 students? Can one home instructor take more than 4 students, or do we need this many home instructors?
They can't exceed 20 hours a week, so they can only take up to 4 students. The home instruction students that are accessing home instructions, it is not online. So it may be for mothers that are off for 8 weeks, new mothers. It might be a student that broke both of their arms. It might be a medical doctor that has requested that they have a certain amount of time away from their school, and this gives them a bridge while they're off school. So it varies throughout the year depending on the length of time that students are on home instruction, but it's not an online school.
Thank you for explaining, and I have a better understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hall. Superintendent.
On Section 12, supplemental contracts, if there's any questions. Section 13, there's no items for substitute teachers. Are there any questions for Section 14 related to tutors? Section 15, support staff. Section 16, paraprofessionals.
Member Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. 16.4, with the programs that we have before us, I see there's maximum hours of 65 and some 45, over 40 hours. So if these educators are teaching over 40 hours, is this overtime? And if it's overtime, how can we cut back on the overtime and maybe get another professional or 2 to help offset the overtime?
This is for our summer programming, correct? So the hours is for that extended that whole period for the summer school period. Okay. It's not per week.
Oh, okay.
It's for the whole
So we're
entire
not falling into
period.
overtime?
No.
Okay. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. We're on Section 17, which is child nutrition. Section 18 is maintenance, operations, and transportation. Section 19, security. There are no items under Section 20 for students. Section 21 through 21.1 through 21.4 and 21.5 MOU with APS and OAPSE. Madam Chair, I would like to request the removal of the RIF teaching position for 1 through 8 licensed teacher consultant and the staff associated with it on item 21.4, resolution teacher reduction of force. The rest of the list RIF positions and staff will stay the same.
Okay, could you repeat the recommendation, Ms. Ollie?
I would like to request the removal of the RIF teacher position for 1 through 8 teacher consultant and the staff associated with it on item 21.4, resolution teacher reduction of force. The rest of the list RIF positions and staff will stay the same.
Thank you. Is there a motion to remove the RIF teacher position for 1 through 8, item 21.4?
I make a motion to remove, correct, item 21.4.
It's been moved by Member Hall. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. Autry, Member Autry, excuse me. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, roll call vote, please. Dr. Thompson.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson.
I wish to recommend the approval of the personnel recommendations presented in categories 10 through 21.5, except for the reappointment of the treasurer in 10.9 and 1 through 8 licensed teacher consultant and staff associated with that teaching position in item 21.4.
I need to be, listen, okay.
Madam Chair.
1 second, Member Harrison. Again, please wait to be recognized by the chair when you speak in. Mr. Harrison, please.
Yeah, I make a motion from items 10 through 21, excluding the items 10.9, which will go to executive session, and the resolution, the 21.4 lead teaching consultant, excluding those. I make a motion that we accept.
Thank you, sir. The motion has been made by Member Harrison. Is there a second? Appreciate that.
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Any discussion?
Madam,
Member Molnar?
Thank you, Madam President. I am frankly confused at quite what's going on here. I understand that budget cuts are necessary. I got that part of the presentation. But how we implement them matters. The procedure and the process of how we do things, it matters. At the May 19th Finance Committee meeting, the treasurer recommended a free staffing audit to provide data for informed strategic decisions that would be similar to and prepare us for a worst case scenario of a state takeover. I'm concerned that we're being asked to approve RIF resolutions tonight without that audit, without supporting data, with things coming and going in. I know that the Finance Committee has often asked for a package, a clear package of things. And moreover, The recent investigation that was published last month raised serious concerns about the fairness and transparency of the process, and specifically mentioned potential targeting of employees who have raised valid concerns. Given these issues, I think we should delay RIF decisions until we have a complete data-driven understanding and can ensure a fair process. I have a lot more here, and I don't even know how much of it is relevant because we're moving things. But without a clear data-driven rationale, I cannot in any good conscience support staffing reductions because I find it procedurally and ethically inadequate. So I don't support any of the resolutions, 21-1 through 21-5, whichever ones are still there.
Thank you, Member Molinar. Any other discussion? Member Sykes.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. So as we heard from Dr. Thompson, our 5-year forecast, and we heard a speaker earlier today ask, well, where was the treasurer and where was the finance committee with this? Part of the 5-year forecast is about you may remember that our former superintendent brought in the budget, and the Finance Committee indicated that we have to make additional cuts in order to have a 5-year forecast that reflects we may be in deficit spending, but we're not in a deficit, and there's a big difference. Deficit spending and in a deficit, which means that we're basically using our reserves in order to balance our budget and to keep things going. And so when the member asks, is there any good news? Well, yeah, we have some wonderful children that we have to take care of and teach, some fabulous teachers and support staff that we have to take care of. And in order to do that, in order to keep the state from taking over this district, we do have to make cuts, unfortunately. And so with that, we requested the administration to bring in cuts. Part of those cuts indicates what we're looking at tonight. Part of them were staffing, and other parts dealt with operational. Originally, it was all staffing, and then they came in with a combination of operational and staffing. And that's what we're seeing here. So if we want to send a 5-year budget to the state that says that as of next year, we won't find ourselves in deficit spending, that we are willing to make the cuts. We also said at the time that because the community was willing to vote for a levy during a very, very difficult time, as they came to the board to vote, they said, I really can't afford this. But because I care about this community, because I want to see North High School built, because I care about Miller South and Pfeiffer, I want to see that taken care of, I'm going to vote for this levy. And so we could not send a 5-year budget forecast to the state showing that we didn't do anything but vote for the levy. We have to show some cuts. And let me just tell you, in addition to this not looking good, we're going to have to make some more cuts. We're going to have to make more cuts than just what we're asking to be sent to the state soon. That's about, we're saying about 10 million, we're going to have to make 10 million.
10 million. Yes, ma'am, 10 million in next fiscal year as well.
Yeah, we're going to have to make more cuts. This is just the beginning of what we're going to have to do in order to keep control of our our district, in order to meet the needs of our community, in order to build in buildings that we want to build, in order to do what we want to do in our community. We are going to have to continue to make the cuts. And the good news is that we will be able to continue to teach our children, to care for our children, and give them what they deserve, and what this community has earned. So as much as I do not want to see the cuts that the administration has made, I do understand. We've had several meetings about it. It is a hard thing to do, but this is just the beginning. It is just the beginning. So therefore, I do support the resolution authorizing the partial reduction in force that we are faced with tonight.
Thank you, Member Sykes. Member Hall.
Just really quick, on some of the teacher reduction force, when I look at the job training coordinators, art therapy. I visited Bridges and also another school. I can't remember. I visited so many schools. When I look at their programs, how they're helping our special needs students play the piano, drums. There was one student that couldn't speak, and we asked if we could come in and sit in. He hit no, so we left. But those students, what will they have once we start declining on those positions? Because they take those students out for real life education, real life work. When I was at Garfield, they were, cleaning up the cafeteria, things like that. Without those professionals, and really anybody that's being ripped, what are we going to do? What's our plan when we take away? Who steps in and help? Will they be overloaded? Will they then be, trying to leave the district? What's going to happen?
Yes. Yes, Superintendent.
Thank you, Member Hall. We will be working closely with all departments. We will continue to work closely with all of our departments as we make these decisions. We also have ratios that we must maintain. So we will make sure that we're within the law as we're making our reductions. And we will continue to work through the Finance Committee. So as we make the reductions, they'll go through the Finance Committee first. Any questions that you have actually based on what the reductions are at that time, we will address them. So if it's a ratio about a special needs classroom, an art program, I'll know exactly what program it is that's being recommended and can give you better responses at that time.
Okay, just quick follow-up, Madam President. Are there other areas of funding that certain things can be paid out of this RIF? A lot of this stuff is general fund, but I hear a lot of people talking about Title I, this fund and that fund, and these donations. Has any of that been considered?
Yes, yes. So we can certainly bring that also to a Finance Committee meeting so that you can see how we've actually taken positions out of the general fund and reallocated them to other, without supplanting, into other title funding that we're permitted to, and even some of our subsidy funding from the Northeast Ohio. I'm trying to, why am I? ESC, thank you, team, from our ESC. So we are looking at all funding sources.
Member Hall, Member Harrison, my apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too, it's a hard sell to cut positions, but the treasurer, during our finance committees, and that, again, I want to tell everyone, if you want to know where cuts are coming and how they're coming, the finance committee meets, and the treasurer does a good job at showing us where the money is, how it's spent, where we maybe can look at. So the conversations that we're having on Monday is we can have really in-depth conversations during the Finance Committee, and for the public, it's a time to really engage the school district. Let us hear from you. But the hard reality is when the treasurer gives us the numbers, we have to cut. And that's a hard reality for our students, but that's the reality. That's where we are.
Thank you, Member Harrison. Call for a vote, please.
Ms. Autry.
No on 21.1, yes on the rest.
Ms. Hall.
No on 21.4, yes on the rest.
Reverend Harrison.
Just a point of order. Member I know it was a lot of discussion that happened in the meantime, but Member Harrison had offered up a motion. We were at the point of discussion where many of these items were moved till after the executive session, and the only items are. Can you help clear it up for me, Member Harrison, please? This motion.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, please.
Superintendent Outley recommended the removal of 21.4. So we took that off. Not the whole item?
The consultant teacher 1 through 8.
Right. The consultant teachers 1 through 8.
I'm sorry,
yes.
and I don't know if I just know it was, I wrote
The
it somewhere.
21.4
It was 21.4, 1 through 8, and the staff teacher 1 through 8. It was just that portion. It was just that one that she removed, not the entire.
Can we make sure for the record that we only removed that my motion, that I stated the motion correctly?
You did.
Well, okay.
I mean,
okay. Okay. All right.
Okay. Yeah. You were clear. Yes, and so it was the two things that were in this motion was to remove the treasurer and the 21.4 teacher 1 through 8, or
the teacher consultant.
and the 10.9 is moved to after executive session. Yes, so when we're voting yes, it's to move that to vote after executive session and then for those two positions. Treasurer, parliamentarian.
We already voted to remove those out. We already voted to remove those.
10-9? How we voted on that?
I don't know, that's the.
Ready?
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molinar.
A point of order. Are we right now voting on the items or voting on the moving of the items?
That would be point of clarification.
Clarification, sorry. Thank you.
It's the removal. You're right, because I guess it could have been two separate modes, but it's the removal of the two items and the moving of the things that's going to executive session.
So then the vote on the items will come theoretically next, after this. Yes. Okay, then yes on the movement of the numbers. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam President.
Oh, Lord.
No, because Diana and I voted, right? And then you stopped and started talking about the motion. So it sounds like our vote was, like, you started talking about the order, right? 10.9, 21.4, and whatever other one. But we had already voted. So are you going to ask us this question again? Are you going?
What I have is a motion to move 10.9 to executive session, vote on it afterwards, and that was voted on. That already occurred. Right. The superintendent requested 21.4, if I'm correct, items 1 through 8 be removed from consideration. No. That's not accurate?
It's the teacher.
And that.
Then I'm confused.
Yes. What we're gonna do is this will happen when we have those lengthy discussions in between the motion. But we're gonna have Superintendent Outley restate what her request was. Thank you.
I wish to recommend the approval of the personnel recommendations presented in categories 10 through 21.5, except for the reappointment of the treasurer in 10.9 and the 1 through 8 licensed teacher consultant and staff associated with that teaching position in item 21.4.
All right, so that is the motion. That is what the
recommendation.
The conversation. That's what we're voting on now. Is what she stated. Member Harrison made the motion. So what I'm saying, that is the motion. That is the motion. What the superintendent just read is what's the motion on the floor, is exactly what's on the motion. On the floor is for the treasurer position and the removal of the RIF teacher position for 1 through 8 in item 21.4.
Are there any other items in 21.4?
Oh, I see. So you're talking about number 2.
That's why it was just that one's part.
Okay.
It seems it's some unreadiness. Member Harrison.
So, a point of clarification. Are you rescinding, are you asking us not to vote on 21.4 in part or in total?
I'm sorry, 21.4 is our 1 through 8 licensed teacher consultant and the staff that's associated with that position.
But not the other items.
Right, but not the other items. So each of these items, there's items in section 10, 11, 12, 14, all of that still goes through.
Okay.
I'm just asking for the treasurer to come off and the 21.4 to come off.
Right, the entirety of 21.4. You're
No.
asking.
Just number 2 in 21.4, right?
Let me look for it.
For a point of clarification, so that we're clear,
21.4.
can we remove 21.4 and have that restated? Can we vote on the agenda, on the personnel, and then really know what we're voting on in 21.4? Because I'm unclear. There seems to be 2 sections in 21.4.
Section 2. Right, is that what you're talking about, the section 2 is not in section 2?
Right, where it's the resolution of the teacher reduction of force. That's 21.4.
And I guess that's what I'm asking for the clarification. Are you rescinding 21.4 in its entirety?
To come off, correct.
Yes, okay. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Okay, just for clarity, this is where it's getting mixed up, and we do, because when you look at the agenda, on 21.4, that resolution, teacher reduction in force, and then under it is 2 other sections, which are, am I understanding that those section 1 and 2 are supposed to still remain? Just the resolution is removed. All right, well.
But all of this is under 21.4. And we're saying in all the positions associated with it. Right, so just this one. Number 2 is the same under the resolution. So it's section 1 and 2. It's section 1 and 2. Okay. So number 2 under section 1 and 2. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so under section 21.4, there are 5 sections. Okay. And I'm asking for removal of section 1 and section 2 under 21.4.
That's the whole resolution.
That's the whole, that's what I thought it was. It's a section 3, 4, and a 5.
But section 3, 4, and 5 is making reference back to section.
Right, to section 1 and 2.
So that's the whole resolution.
So what was wrong with the?
Right.
Right, just in its entirety. Let's just take it out in its entirety.
Just say, okay, actually, Superintendent Shaver is asking, did you want her to come up?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please come on up if you. I would have.
Thank you, Superintendent Outley.
You're
and Board
welcome.
members for allowing me to come up just really briefly. So in this item, 21.4, superintendent has not requested the removal of the entire item. Every time she stated it, she kept stating for the 1 through 8 licensed teacher, which is listed under section 1. It's item number 2 under section 1. That's the only thing that she asked you to remove, and that's what she was trying to say. Numerous times.
That's what I said.
Section 1, number 2, that's listed on here. She asked, could you remove that? And she asked for the rest of the resolution to remain. She also stated, and any staff members associated with that license. And that would impact the names that are in the next section. Not all of them, anyone that's associated. Sorry, I hope that was helpful.
Madam Chair, so how would we know? The record has to show which individuals are associated, so you would have to say those individuals' names.
It's number 2.
It's
number 2. I apologize, I didn't mean to cut you off, Ms. Sykes. You want me to repeat it?
No, I got it. No, I know.
The name associated with number 2.
It's just that the treasurer needs to know.
Treasurer?
I'm clear.
The name associated.
Record keeper.
The name associated with section 2, number 2.
Number 2, got it.
Okay.
All right.
Listen.
Okay. So
yes. All right, Harrison and Hall, these H last names, boy.
Can I ask what section 1, item 2, who are those teachers? What is that, a program? Is that a so either we have to say names for the record, which I know we don't want to do, or is that a program? What are we keeping in this section?
So this is our PAR program, and that's what we're keeping.
Okay, so those 1 through 8 is the entirety of the PAR program?
The names in section 2 are the individuals that we're asking to keep.
To keep, okay.
Correct.
Number 2.
And in order to keep, I'm asking to remove them from the RIF list.
Okay.
Member Mullen.
Thank you. Because I'm guessing this is still the discussion on the RIF items. I just feel like I need to reiterate. I know we discussed RIFs and we've needed the RIFs. I understand we need to do this, but procedurally, I have to say it is so inappropriate to do it this way. I'm glad to hear that we're saving the PAR program. I know that's important to a lot of people. I'm glad that we are editing and improving, but everyone else on the RIF list, that these are human beings. This is their livelihoods. These are their jobs. And I just think that the way we're handling this in a confusing manner is disrespectful to the levity of the decision that we are making right now. And I still cannot support any of the reductions that are conducted under these conditions.
Thank you, Member Molinar. All right, Dr. Thompson.
Do you want to start over? Okay, so we're gonna start this over. The entire board meeting from the beginning. They're coming back. I called them. Miss Autry.
So no on 21.1 and the rest of what was 21.4. And yes on the rest.
Got it.
It's not in that amendment, the 21 point. We do that the
Ms.
next
Hall.
go around.
No 21.1 through 21.4, and yes on the rest.
But I thought this was on the,
No on 21.4.
No on 21.1, 21.2, 21.3, 21.4.
Got it.
Yes on everything else.
Understood.
let me just, I'm just not clear on this because I thought we're just voting on the amendment to remove, and then when we come back, we're going to vote on the total list, and then that's when we would vote no on those other individual ones that we don't want. Right now, we're just voting on the recommendations to remove that the superintendent asked.
Okay. Are we clear that, are we on the same page that 10.9 that Reverend Harrison made a motion to remove has actually been removed?
Yes.
Okay, that's done.
Yes.
10.9's done.
Yes.
So what we're doing right now is to approve taking
Right.
21.4 Section 1, Item 2 off of this particular consent agenda.
Yes.
Only.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay, that I can follow.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, folks.
Thank you.
Okay, so again, we are voting simply on 21.4, Section 1, Item 2, to a resolution to pull that off the consent agenda. Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molinar.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
That motion carries 6-0. Now we go back to 21.6.
You got 21.6 superintendent
The personnel agenda.
personnel. Okay. Is there a motion to approve the personnel recommendations in 21.6? I'm sorry, in categories 10 through 21.5.
Correct. And that's less 10.9, less 21.4, Section 1, Item 2. So if you have any of those you want, you'd have to pull them out and say no on. Does that make sense? Okay. Ms. Autry.
Wait.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
just said,
Did I
you
jump the
second the
gun?
motion? You made the motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Is it a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Member Autry, seconded by Member Hall. Any discussion? Member Dr. Thompson, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Autry.
No on 21.1 and the rest of 21.4, and yes on the rest.
Ms. Hall.
No on 21.1, no on 21.2, no on 21.3, no on 21.4, yes on the rest.
Got it. Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molinar.
No on 21.1 through 21.5, yes on the rest.
Could you please repeat that one more time?
Sorry. 21.1, 21.2, 21.3, 21.4, and 21.5 are all no's. Yes on the rest.
Understood. Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Okay, let's make sure I got this. So, okay. So on everything except 21.1, 2, 3, 4, and 4, there are 2 no's and 4 yeses. On, check that, there are 21
21.1 fails. It's 3-3. It's no, no, no. Correct? So 21.1 does not pass. Everything else passes 6-0 with the exception of 21.1, 2, 3, and 4, which pass 4-2. Good luck with that, Ruth. Good thing it's recorded, right?
Next is the division recommendations, resolutions, and motions. Ms. Otley.
I wish to recommend the approval of the division recommendations, resolutions, and motions in section 22.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion to approve the division recommendations and resolutions and motions?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Hall. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Autry. Any discussion? Member Harrison.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. In 22.8, we are given options that this is the bus contract, the van contracting. So there's 4 options that are presented here. So there's a standing motion on the floor, but we have options that we have to discuss. I don't know how we want to proceed there.
You could go up to that and then just do it separate.
So you want to make an amendment to the current motion that's on the floor? Is that what or you just discuss, because we're at the point of discussion if you need to discuss the options.
Okay, yeah, but we have 4 options in 22.8 that we have to pick one of those 4 options. So Member Sykes was giving me some guidance, so we can go up to 22.7 and then deal with 22.8. We can go up to 22.7 and then deal with 22.8 because it's the last issue in 22.
Okay, so I'm asking, so you're asking to amend the current motion, right? That's what you're asking, okay. All right, so make a motion to what you just said, but just make a motion to amend it.
I make a motion to amend the motion on the floor to only items 22.1 through 22.7.
I'm sorry. There is a motion on the floor to amend the current motion to only go to 22.7. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Autry. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, roll call vote to remove to items 21.7. Give me the right number. What's the number? 22 points, up to 22.7. Excuse me. Okay.
Clarification, so we're voting to amend.
Yes, that's it, just to amend. Thank you, Dr. Long.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0 to amend the previous motion. So it will entail 22.1 to 22.7 on a vote, and then 22.8 separate.
So now you want to offer an amendment up to 22.7.
Now we need a motion to approve 22.1 to 22.7.
All right. Member Molinar.
Thank you. I'm sorry, when we were voting to amend, I didn't are we now going to vote to approve 21.1 through 20, or 22.1 to 22.7? Okay, thank you.
Need a motion?
Yes, we're going to motion it. We have to do a motion. At the discussion point, once we make the motion. All right, yes, thank you.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve items 22.1 through 22.7.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Member Harrison, seconded by Member Sykes. Any discussion? Member Hall.
Thank you. We're going to get it together. 22.6, I just had a quick question with the naming of the baseball field. Mark Liddell, who, I guess I was just trying to read a little bit more about him, and I tried to Google him. He did not attend APS schools, is this correct? He grew up in many different places and graduated from Wadsworth High School. So my question is, why or are we naming a field after this gentleman? What significance does he bring to APS?
Ms. Falk, you can come up, but you're talking about the resolution where it's talking about him as a Greater Akron Baseball Hall of Fame, that resolution?
Well, 22.6, yes,
Yeah.
and naming the baseball field.
Okay.
Good evening, President Jackson's members of the board and treasurer. This particular field at Forge has been an athletic field since 1931. It's when the property came. In this particular person's actions on behalf of the Roy Hobbs Association is what maintains the baseball field located at Old Forge behind Central Distribution. He has put a huge amount of time with his organization in a partnership with APS in maintaining, upgrading, and making the field schedules to work through the Roy Hobbs. This was a action that was taken over a number of years by him individually with Roy Hobbs, and the community felt that because of his dedication, although not originally from APS, because it services our students and our community as part of the use of that field, they felt the individual baseball field located at Old Forge just could be considered as named in honor of his presence through Roy Hobbs.
So just a follow-up.
Yes, Member Hall.
When you say they thought, you're talking about the Hobbs community?
This was the Hobbs community.
This is their request.
Their request on behalf of the maintenance that they have done as a partnership with APS.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam President, I think that what the member is asking is that, could you tell us a little bit about Mark Landers? That's who the field. Yeah.
As stated in the resolution, he was not an original member of the Akron community. He did graduate from Wadsworth High, but he has been associated since his work with Roy Hobbs to be an active member with our baseball community that has serviced our students throughout. We have had our own teams work and play at the baseball field down at Forge. We have also assisted other scheduling of summer ball and fall ball with Roy Hobbs so that the community can keep active in outside of the normal season of baseball at the high school level, and he's also helped make those active students scheduled for other community agencies. We've done some other high schools down there, and we have done some community groups through Roy Hobbs. So they play beginning in April, and his efforts on this has been helping grow this sport and activate our students to interest in baseball through fall ball, which usually ends at the end of September. And he's done this for well over a decade.
not to take the honor away from him, and I do appreciate Roy Hobbs and also Mark Lindell, but when we do things like this, there's been many people that's come before him. And that's just my personal thought. So we're just naming a field after someone because they've put some money and some time within the past 10 years.
It's
right?
it's very similar to how we have named other locations at other of our facilities. Think of Marshall Field it is another baseball field. We have over near Firestone that was a very active person within our community. We help support baseball with Wobble, which is the West Akron youth team,
Those are things
and they
in our
play.
community, right? Did he live in our community?
He did recently live in our community while he did this work. Yes, through
So he
Roy
moved
Hobbs.
to Akron when
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Member Molnar.
Thank you, President Jackson. I have a comment on item 22.3. Everyone knows I love school calendar time and school calendar discussion. But I did notice on 22.3 there is no plan to close schools on primary election day. And I understand that there seems to be confusion about approving school calendar in advance with floating professional development day for teachers on the primary election day. That would allow minor adjustments once the official election date is confirmed. Honestly, it doesn't matter to me what needs to be done or rearranged. In my opinion, there's just no excuse when planning this far out for the buildings to be open to the public on days with students in session. The fact is, other districts handle this every year. They figure it out. They figure out how to not have school on primary election day because they don't want the liability of students in the building while their buildings are open to the public. So I cannot support this calendar, and I also recommend that if this calendar goes through, I'd like the legal committee to look at writing a policy, a board policy to what the school day is like when the buildings are open to the public. What is the school day like? What expectations should the family and community have on days like election day, but not limited to an election day? If we're going to open buildings to the public, what does that look like? Thank you.
We have a motion on, aren't we? This is how we keep getting draped off because these motions be on the floor. So I'm going to call for the vote so we can start moving this meeting along.
So we're voting on 22.1 to 22.7. Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar,
No on 22.3, yes on the rest.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1 on 22.3 and 6-0 on the balance. Leaving us still with 22.8.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wish to recommend the approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in category 23.
Superintendent, we have 20, so 22.8 has not been voted on. So right now we are to discuss, so we can make the motion for 22.8, and then 22.8 will be led into the discussion. So is there a motion to approve 22.8 in the division and recommendations resolution and motion section? Is this the motion? Because then we have to discuss it. It is 22.8 is a resolution to request authorization to enter into service agreements of contracted student support transportation. So this is the item, and as it's been stated, between committee meetings and a board meeting, as far as how the discussions are supposed to go. So, Member Harrison.
I make a motion to accept for the purpose of discussion, to accept the recommendations in 22.8.
Thank you, Member Harrison. It's been moved by Member Harrison, properly second by Member Hall. Now, any discussion? Member Harrison, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In this particular amendment to resolution, gives us 4 options. I think we have been here for a long time. We've been here 2 years ago with the independent van drivers, with transportation, and in this particular resolution with 4 options, I would like to offer a reasonable amendment that would put this to rest. I think we created a situation where we didn't have one. We created a problem where there was no problem. I think that the solution here, and I would like to offer an amended motion for option 2, with 2 vendors, Buckeye Logistics being the primary and Templeton Transportation being the secondary. And I think those 2 companies fulfill the needs that we have as a district, as they have been now. That's simply keeping what we're doing right now in place. So I think we've created a lot of stuff here. But I think Buckeye Logistics as our primary transport, like they are now, Buckeye Logistics represents the consolidation of our current independent van drivers. It's simply them coming together under one umbrella. Templeton Transportation provides the additional transportation that we need. So instead of recreating clusters in that, my recommendation or my amended motion is to have Buckeye Logistics as our primary transportation provider, with Templeton being our secondary provider. And those 2 are the only, unless we need additional, then we can go down the list, but we have procedures in place to do that. Single source providing procedures already in place to take care of that. So my amended motion is Buckeye Logistics being our primary and Templeton being our secondary.
Thank you, Member Harrison. Mr. Parliamentarian, do you understand what he's saying?
I do understand. I think that we have to then, we've amended this resolution to Buckeye Logistics as the primary provider, Templeton secondary provider. We would need a vote to make that the resolution, and then a vote on yes or no.
So,
2 votes.
Yeah, so it's a vote to amend the resolution as described by Member Harrison, to just represent Buckeye Logistics and Templeton Transportation.
Correct.
Is the amended motion is to amend the resolution.
Yes, ma'am.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Member Harrison and properly second by Member Sykes. Is there any discussion? Member Hall.
Just a quick question. When it was presented to us, they had made notion of 200 vans, but I know that the 2 companies have been doing the work. So is it imperative that they have to have the 200, or can we continue to make it work the way we've been making it work? Because if you need the 200, that's 31 more vans. But if we haven't heard any complaints all year. So I would support the motion as Mr. Harrison stated, if we don't need the 200.
I think the Superintendent, did you want to send someone up? Because I think
I
can
will
just vote.
ask Ms. Folk to come up. I thought she said we needed a minimum of 3 to cover all, but if you could come up, Ms. Folk, and add clarification to that.
I am more than happy. Thank you very much, Superintendent Otley. We did put proposals together, and we based it on the answers of the vendors that proposed, and we were looking for 200 vans. So therefore, we would propose that we be able to also engage a third vendor to meet the needs, and this was a committee discussion that went forward based on the information that we have. So we would like to propose that we have a minimum of 3 vendors to engage.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Polk. But just to, because I just want to clarify, because when Member Harrison, I defer to, I'm not, Member Harrison.
No, I think 3 is reasonable. If they need 3, I think 3 is reasonable, with Buckeye Logistics being primary, Templeton being secondary, and if option 4 has 3 vendors.
It does.
The issue becomes, it's not an issue at this. They want 3 vendors. Let's take from the top to the bottom, the highest number of vans to the smallest number in that order. So option 4 has 3 vans. But if 3 companies are needed, Buckeye Logistics being our primary because they are our van drivers, Templeton being our secondary because they are currently our secondary with the second number of vans. And option number 4 was
Smart Ride.
Smart Ride, and they are from Parma.
Mm-hmm.
Member Hall, yes.
And if we do that, then we don't need their 35 vans. We only would need 31. That will give you the full 200. So if we go into contract, I would recommend that we not go into contract for their full 35 vans, because that could potentially take away business from the other 2 top people. So I would recommend that you only do 31 that's needed for Smart Ride if we were to take the third option.
Member Harrison.
To the board, my intentions is that we employ all of the van drivers that we currently use. Okay, and that's why I want to make sure that we have primary, secondary, and then a release on that third one.
Yep.
So the intent is to employ, and I want to be clear with this, the intent is to employ the van drivers that we have now.
Yep.
First. So if transportation needs an additional company, a third company, I think that's reasonable, but I also think we already have the means to do that when we hear about single source provider, when we hear about these, why did you go with this company? Well, because we needed them right now. But if 3 companies is what's needed, then that's what is needed. But let us prioritize those.
Thank you, Member Harrison. I know as the chair, I'm not supposed to be in this debate. However, the single source provider comment that you made earlier, I thought, why couldn't that work with the 2? Okay. And then if it's additional needed, then go to the single source provider. So just select 2 and then use the single source provider.
That was my original.
So, okay.
No, I'm sorry. That was his original ask, but I was just going off of the conversation that was brought to the Finance Committee for 200 vans. So I just wanted to just clear that up so that we're not, disregarding what their ask was for. But if we can do it with the 2 companies that we had last year and we didn't have a problem, and it's an issue having so many people to report, then we can stick with the 2 companies. I'm okay with that. I just wanted to clear that up.
Member Molnar.
Thank you, President Jackson. I have a question. I know that in the proposal phase, and we did receive the chart where the fleet size was listed, but in the resolution where we are listing a primary, a secondary, and a potential tertiary solution, are any of these vendors locked into the fleet size that is posted, or are all of the vendors locked into the fleet size that is posted, or as they are primary, secondary, if that fleet size grows, will they remain primary before moving on?
Thank you for that, Member Molnar. Member Harrison.
Yeah, well, one of the things that we were told, and certainly we would want to get a clarification for this, because I asked this question, and because I was wondering, why would we, if we had 1,400 kids, why would we put an RFP out for 10 vans? So I asked, could they grow? And so the answer at that time was yes, the companies could grow, they could scale up to where they needed, but I would like, since Member Molnar brings that up, I would like to hear that again, if that was the case.
All right, thank you. Superintendent, did you?
The answer is yes, correct, yes. We will allow.
No, I love when they come
They
to the
can
mic,
build
'cause it's a recorded
capacity.
meeting. People get amnesia or forget how it happened. So, all right, excellent. All right, so again, that's all this discussion. We have a motion on the floor to amend the resolution, right? Because we were first, so he made an amendment to the motion to approve the resolution, and his amendment was to amend the resolution. So there is a motion on the floor which amends the first motion with stating that the resolution needs to be amended. So we need to approve that first. To only represent Buckeye Logistics and Templeton Transportation.
I already second.
Yeah, so
And
now we're at the vote.
it's been motioned by Reverend Harrison, seconded by Mrs. Sykes. Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes. Yes.
Miss Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
So
All right.
I need to offer the motion now.
Now we're, yeah. So is there a motion now to approve 2022.8 as amended, as amended?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve 22.A as amended, Buckeye Logistics being the primary, Templeton being the secondary providers for APS transportation.
Thank you, Member Harrison. It's been moved by Member Harrison.
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, roll call vote, please. Dr. Thompson.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Dr. Molinar.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Next, Ms. Ali is the business fairs recommendations.
Thank you all.
Quiet, the meeting is still in session. Thank you. We're still in a meeting.
I wish to recommend the approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in category 23.
All right, there is a motion to approve the business affair recommendations in section 23.
I move to approve the business affairs recommendations.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Member Autry, seconded by Member Harrison. Any discussion? Member Molinar?
Thank you, President Jackson. I have a question on item 23.9. I was just wondering, I know sometimes you need to spend money to make money, but I was wondering, have we used this or other similar providers before? And if we could kind of get an idea of the cost or the return on investment. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Molinar.
Good evening again. Yes, we have used this vendor for multiple years, and the return on investments has been substantial. They have not only helped with educational grants that have done curriculum supports, they have also done energy, other grants for items that are related to operations, and they have been successful in a number of them, but off the top of my head, I can't tell you what the amount is. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I knew I was taking a risk. I know sometimes you just have a number magically, but I wanted to at least have as part of the record that we have used this before, and it does provide a substantial return on investment.
And they also meet the timelines that are required, which sometimes can be very strict. Thank you.
Member Hall? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just actually, that information was provided to us. It was a question that I had. So we actually, from that company, they brought in $201,000 in grants, but there's another $4.2 million that's pending. And so they've helped us in the past raise $603,000 in grants in collaboration with Megan Mannion that I'm happy to hear she might be coming back on a part-time basis. So I just want to share that.
Thank you, Member Autry. Member Hall?
Two quick things on 23.2 and also 23.8. For 23.2, bless you, is this company a mailer company, or are they putting the packets together? Is it like postage that you're paying for, or could this be done with summer students, summer employment?
This is actually a print house and a actual company that does the whole process. We give them the information, they print all the packets, and they take the data that is provided by us per student to make a packet per student. So you send them, and you've seen this before, it has the opening letter from the superintendent with the individual students. As an example, my son is enrolled at Case and his day begins, etc. It tells them how to use the actual online items that you can update your particular student's records. It has the whole handbook in it, along meeting with some federal and state mandates for translations and stuff that we are required to get out. So we bring it to them, they put it all together. After we do the rollover in June, they take the individual data, they collate the whole packet and put it in the mail for you. And this will be our 12th year using this type of process.
Okay, thank you. And then just for my second question, because I put two in one, real quick. 23.8, I understand from the Finance Committee, the APS Transportation Complex. I didn't realize you were bringing this week, but you have some areas here where it's like mason block repairs and things like that. $452,755. Are we incorporating any of our students that can help with this?
At this point, we can not ask our vendor to have them come in and do this work until we have authorization to move forward with this, but this could be an option. This is very specific concrete and flash work that needs to be done and related to the doors that needs to be replaced. So we have not had that discussion, but we're open to doing it once it's authorized to do so. They gave us a quote through their buying group.
Can I just have a quick follow-up?
Yes, and that'll be the end.
Okay, that's fine. So when you're looking for vendors, you don't lead with students assisting, because you're saying that you can't ask now, but you can probably ask later. Why don't we lead with
These particular items are very specific in the construction world regarding the replacements of these doors and these fascias down there, and therefore it takes them to come in. We had 3 vendors look at this particular site. This is the lowest cost that came in, and at this point, these are man doors and stuff with overhead items, and they may not be student conducive to do the type of work, but we are open to seek that and possibly use jogs if we could do so, which Ms. Ebright has brought to our attention before.
Member Harrison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I didn't realize that this was coming before us this soon either. The financing, the numbers didn't really seem. If we can get the numbers again, we're getting 200 from.
200,000 was originally in the budget for FY25 as a building improvement. The other $260,000 was a savings for the replacement of the bus radios for the new buses that came in. So it was not encumbered at the time that we were able to put this plan together, and we had asked the treasurer to allow us to move forward with this needed improvement to the building to meet the needs of a 60-year-old building and safety concerns, knowing it was already allocated in the FY25 budget. We were just moving it from the radio line back into the improvement line to cover the cost in the original budget that was allocated to transportation.
Okay, Madam Chair. So the $260,000 that came back to the budget, where did that come back to the budget from?
It remained in the transportation line exactly where it was. It was part of the radio replacement for the buses that arrived in November, and we got a better pricing on those radios than that was originally anticipated when we did the budget a year and a half ago.
So the radios, we budgeted $260,000.
We actually had to budget over $400,000 for the radios because you had a dozen buses that had to be redone, and the savings came in way under the original estimate, so we had it in the budget line. So we were moving it from a fund that was left and unencumbered into the line that would support this improvement.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I would ask that we would table this particular project when we have $260,000 that was slated for something else, and we say we didn't use that $260,000. I'm not sure what comes in over $260,000 bid that brings us back $260,000, but given our financial situation in the district, I think money that has not been used, if we have allocated money for something, we may have some more pressing needs at the time. So $400 and something thousand and I'm not disputing that transportation needs these repairs, but there's probably some other places we're bleeding. And for one, I can say I sent pictures of a football field and a field house that has no water. That needs done. There is a burnt out concession stand for a high school that depends on those concessions to raise money for their school. And I know it may seem like I'm going off, but if money is not used, then that money needs to go back to the pot and be reallocated. But these different departments should not be holding money and saying we're going to use this because we didn't use it for this, we got something else we want to use it for. So I think that this project needs to be assessed, and we need to prioritize this particular project. And you know, when it came to the Finance Committee,
Do you have are you making a motion about 23.2, Member Harrison?
You're telling me I'm talking too much.
Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm making a motion. I'm making a motion that 23.8 that we sideline, 23.8, we put that on hold for now, and look at the priorities of that $400,000.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. There is a motion on the floor. Well, he just asked to table 23.8. This is Member Harrison. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Member Hall. Any discussion? Member Autry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to be clear. So this money for this project, is it specifically from the Transportation Department or not?
Thank you, Ms. Falk.
Yes, it was money that was allocated out of their total FY25 budget in specific lines, and we had the $200,000 in the building improvement budget. We had over $400,000 in the radio budget. When that bid finally came in, it came in less than it was, so it is all part of the FY25 budget for transportation. This took us time to put this project together, knowing, as I explained at the Finance Committee, that we were into phase 5 of getting this property ready for the bridge demolition that is related to the Route 8 bridge construction. And this was the time in which these items needed to be done, and we were just asking to move it from line 1 to line 2 to cover the whole improvement on the FY25 budget.
Madam Chair, follow up?
Yes, please.
Thank
Yes,
you.
please.
So is this money specifically earmarked for transportation?
Yes, in the
I mean, is it like state money or something where we have to use it for transportation purposes, or can it be used for?
I see what you're asking.
Yes.
I'm sorry. We get state foundation money that comes in bi-monthly from the state that is received for the operation of transportation.
So they said this money is for transportation
my understanding,
purposes?
when it comes in, that's how you gather the money. It's off of the services that you provide. The money, when it gets here, is put into what is called the pot, and the pot then is then allocated to all of the various areas through the budgeting process used by our treasurer's office. So as an example, we received a little over $10 million last year in transportation state foundation funding.
Okay.
That's that helpful?
Yeah, because when you say the pot, I think general fund.
That it's all general fund when
So
it
we want to
arrives.
use that wording because that's what the wording that people understand. General funds, it's one thing when it's designated funds. And my apologies in advance as the chair. I should be stepping down from the chair so I can engage in this, but that's why I'm saying less. So I'm going to be quiet at this point, but my head is hurt. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can this money only be used for transportation?
No, it's part of the state foundation payment.
Thank you. All right. So there is Member Harrison has requested that this item be tabled. 23.8 be tabled.
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Sykes. Any discussion? That's where we're in the discussion. Okay. Now, we are already here, so roll call vote, please.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Dr. Molinar.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
All right, so is there a motion to approve the other business fair recommendations?
So moved.
Oh, wait, hold on. Where are we at, Superintendent? Okay, so we are at the approval of the business fairs because we moved 23.8. Somebody help.
So moved.
Okay, everything with the exception of 23.8. Thank you. It's been moved by Member Harrison that we approve all the business, Hall, I'm sorry. Member Hall, that we approve all the business affair recommendations absent of 23.8. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Sykes. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Dr. Thompson, roll call vote, please.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
Abstain on 2310 and 2314. Yes on the balance.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0 on 23.10, 23.14, and 6-0 on the balance.
Thank you. Next, we'll have committee reports, legal contracts, and board policy. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so the Legal Contracts and Policy Committee met on May 19th, and we reviewed several policies during our discussion, including the Parents' Bill of Rights. The conversation focused on adding a clear timeline for notifying parents. Edits will be made and brought back for a first reading at our June 16th, and a second and third and final reading at the June 23rd board meeting. We're working to meet the July 1st state deadline. Electronic equipment policy is a new policy for APS and is moving forward for a second reading on June the 9th. Purchasing and bidding policy was updated to reflect changes in state law, raising the competitive bidding threshold. This policy will be discussed further, especially in connection with our federal procurement policy. Also discussed vendor relations policy, which included adding a formal vendor complaint process, and this will return for further review. We also discussed a new independent contractor and service provider policy to formalize expectations and include a complaint process, as previously mentioned. The procurement policy for federal grants and funds was reviewed. Due to its complexity, it will be revisited at a future meeting. And then lastly, honorary diplomas was introduced as a topic for future discussion, including using Cleveland's policy as a reference. And so I don't know if you have anything further to add. Also, for your consideration is the third and final reading of our nepotism policy that you'll see in the agenda. Policy 1130.1, 3113.1, 4113.1, 0141.3. And this is third and final reading of the nepotism policy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Member Hall.
So I want to make sure I'm saying this right. Ms. Sykes, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. I'm asking that we revisit the nepotism policy. When we look at this, you have people that are just kind of like related to you, but you don't have like the in-laws or candidates' relationships and things like that. So I would like to revisit this to probably put more into it. Cousins, if we're going to do it, let's totally do it right. And my apologies for not saying something earlier, but I think that we need to add a little bit more into this, especially authorizing the employment of family member or whomever else. When you state family members, you just have family members listed: spouse, parents, siblings, children's, grandparents, grandchildren's, but we don't also have like in-laws and things like that in there that's still close to you. So just seeing if we could revisit that in the policy committee.
Probably state law doesn't include in-laws.
Member Harrison.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is the third and final reading of this, but it's not to say we can't go back and read it, but this was vetted by the attorneys, our attorneys, the district attorneys. We kind of went back with this probably over the last 5 months, 5 months that I know of. It's been in the committee and the attorneys. This just simply follows state law. So to go deeper, if we go into cousins or we go into relationships, that's not a matter of law. So this came from the policy, the attorneys, and this kind of went back and forth, and those things were mentioned. Those relationships were put on the table, and this is the policy that came out of that.
Any other questions?
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
no, that's fine. Member Autry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know I wasn't at all of the policy meetings for this particular discussion, so I wasn't privy to the discussion around those particular relations. So I don't know if get some type of clarification around that, understanding Member Hall's point. I don't know if you said it's not a matter of law. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. I wasn't there, but.
1 second before. So, Member Hall, you can make a motion to refer it back to committee, and then it can go for a vote. But Member Harrison, go ahead.
We'll just take it back to committee. This was the third and final reading, but we can always just revisit it. So we'll just take it back to committee.
Well, that's all right. So, is that right? Member Harrison.
The legal contracts and policy committee does have a meeting on June 2nd at 5:30 p.m. to review the CLC handbook. And our regular meeting, our regular monthly meeting, June 2nd is a call meeting, but our regular meeting will be June 16th at 5:30 in this boardroom.
Thank you, Member Harrison. Next, we have Finance and thank you, Ms. Sykes. Member Sykes, Finance and Capital Management.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President and members of the board, the Finance and Capital Management Committee met on May 19th, as I stated earlier, and we reviewed the 5-year forecast, the financial report for April, as well as the personnel reduction and the bond issuing note. As well as we were giving we discussed the options. Well, we didn't have as much, we didn't make a decision on the options for the Miller South Pfeiffer School. So I would just simply say on that we would want to make sure that we try and make a decision. We know the community was here tonight and they're very anxious to find out what we're going to do. But I think that we want to make that decision and then make that announcement per our president as to what our decisions are as it relates to the Miller South Pfeiffer School. Our next meeting is June 16th here at 4:30 in the board meeting room.
Thank you, Member Sykes. Next, we will hear from Instructional Policy. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Instructional Policy Student Achievement Committee will be meeting next Monday, June 2nd at 4:30 here in the boardroom.
Thank you, Member Autry. Okay, now we are at unfinished business, and we do have some unfinished business, which is the approval of the new board committee that was introduced per Member Molinar at our last board meeting. Is there a motion to approve the establishment of the Student Success Celebration Board Committee?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Hall. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been second by Member Harrison. Is there any discussion? Member Autry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Dr. Molnar for this resolution. I think it's very important to the district with everything that we've experienced in our recent past. It is so important that we put our students at the center. So I really appreciate you bringing this. every meeting, I'm rushing through my comments because there's so much to share, and I think that should be in the headline. So I appreciate that we will have a standing committee, if the board approves, to celebrate our students and remind us while we're here. So thank you.
Member Hall.
Yep, I just want to concur with Member Autry. You got me messing up names now. But no, job well done on this. This is important to showcase our students. And again, I have 6 more things to report out, and I'll probably be reporting out till the summer about all the schools that I visited and all the great things of our students. So I think this is a great resolution, so thank you.
All right, call for a vote, please. Dr. Thompson.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Next is new business. We do have new business, which is the approval of the interim, which is 26. We have 2 items, 26.1 and 26.2. 26.1 is the approval of the interim superintendent's salary. Is there a motion to approve the interim superintendent salary?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Harrison. Is there a Hall? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been second by Member Autry. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, call for the vote, please. Dr. Thompson.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Now we're at 26.2, the approval of the resolution for the superintendent's contract. Is there a motion to approve the resolution for the superintendent's contract?
I move to approve the superintendent's contract in item 26.2.
Thank you. It's been moved by Member Autry. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been second by Member Hall. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll. Member Molinar.
Thank you, President Jackson. Tonight's my procedure night. Following our last board meeting, May 12th, I received several emails asking why the board voted against certain contract. While I can't speak for any other board member, I want to be clear, my vote is never about an individual, it's about the process. And as a board member, it's my duty to uphold due process, transparency, and accountability. Tonight's vote on item 26.2 is another example where I must vote no, not because of the candidate, but because of the lack of process. To date, the board has only had one brief discussion on this matter, lasting under 20 minutes as reflected in the approved minutes. As I stated on May 9th, bypassing an open, merit-based superintendent search undermines public trust, excludes qualified candidates, and sets a dangerous precedent. It suggests merit and transparency are secondary to board power dynamics. It is relevant to note that all of this happened last month as we received serious reports of a hostile work environment among senior staff at 10 North Main. Employees who have devoted their lives and careers to Akron and Akron Public Schools, and who are often the type of candidate to apply for a superintendent position. The report detailed intimidation by a core group of individuals and inaction by human capital and a staff fearful of retaliation. So far, I'm unaware of efforts by the board or administration to specifically address the behavior and of this core group highlighted in the report, so it's deeply concerning that the board not only failed to mitigate the documented mistreatment of senior staff, but chose to exacerbate it by denying them the opportunity to apply on the very same night that we had the report of workplace hostility and exclusion, by further isolating the very employees who raised the concerns. Due process in a superintendent search means conducting a fair, transparent, and structured process that gives all qualified candidates an equal opportunity. Since May 9th, no board member, attorney, or anyone actually has addressed the concerns that I've already raised, but I'll go ahead and say it one last time. I believe that proceeding this way disregards due process and exposes our district to significant legal and financial risk.
risks that ultimately divert resources away from our students. So for these reasons, I cannot support any contract in 26.2 tonight.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Member Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I agree with Dr. Molnar in part, the process. But I will be voting yes because I do not feel it's fair. I think our superintendent has been put in a difficult situation. And I think it would be unfair of me to vote no, but I do want to state that the process is a dangerous process. But I do believe that me voting no on this particular issue is not fair to the person who is leading the district at this point.
Thank you, Member Harrison. Member Sykes.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. So if you look at Akron history, it would tell us that in the fall of 1847 that this school system establishes K-12 system. And with that, of course, came policies and procedures. And so that's 178 years. So policy and procedures are important. Policy and procedures are important because it is the foundation of this system. It is what ensures that the system continues to succeed, that this district continues to exist. And when we as a board sit here and make policy and we send information back to a committee to look at the policy again, then it means that we know how important it is because we want it to survive us. And we have not followed the policy and procedure as it relates to how we should choose a superintendent. Now, it did say that if we may, if we want to, in choosing a superintendent, look at who we want to involve in the process, if we want a consultant, if we want to talk to the past superintendent, if we want to involve the community, we may do that. But it also says we shall have a job description. We shall do a number of things that we have not done, including what shall be in the resolution for the superintendent's employment. And those things are in there because it says we shall do those things. So the foundation of this system, of this 178 school system, is so important. And the foundation are the policies and procedures, are our traditions, are our norms. And that's what we don't want to lose because that's why we exist. That's why it's so important to me that we follow our policies, follow our procedures. You know, and that's how we survive. We got rid of DEI, and it was said that let's get rid of DEI, but we still have our laws, our rules, our policies and procedures, and we do. And that's why another reason why we need to make sure now, if ever, that we're following those. And so I want to make sure, you know, I know what it's like. Let's forget about what happened before, but we can't forget about the past. We can't act as if the last 2 years did not happen. You know, if we're going to do that, let's just bring in those board members that was here 2 years ago and voted for the past superintendent, or those board members that was here and made the decision that they made then. But I can't do that because I'm here now. I was elected legally. I was elected fairly, and my constituents expect me to answer the question, is this the best decision that you can make? And I am not, because of the process, able to say yes. What I am able to say is that I can judge this individual by what I have seen. I have seen professionalism, and I have seen grace. And I am proud of her. I wish her the best. I will vote for this. But at the same time, I will caution all of us, let's not tear down our foundation because it is so much, much, much more important than any one of us. I expect 178 years at some place in wherever we will be, wherever I will be. I know where I will be. I am hoping that my ancestors, my great-great-great-great-grandchildren can say my grandmother was on that school board. And these are some of the things that she stood for. And these things are still here. And we are still here doing the work of this community because she was there. So I don't want us to lose the significance of us and the significance of those that came before us. And I would hope that as we go in the future, that we put emphasis on our policies, on our procedures, on our foundation, and that we all can be proud of what we did. That we do have to remember what happened before. Because if we don't remember what has happened in our past, then we will make the same mistakes in the future. So I do ask that we all vote for this. And I do welcome our superintendent, Madam Superintendent. I do welcome you, and I am so honored to be working with you, and I appreciate your professionalism and your grace.
Thank you, Member Sykes. Any other discussion? Treasurer, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molinar.
No.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1.
All right, thank you, Dr. Thompson. There is a need to go into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22G1 to consider the employment, dismissal, and discipline of a public employees and/or officials, and 121.22G4 to prepare for conduct of review, negotiations, or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment. Is there a motion to go into executive session? It's been moved by Member Hall. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Harrison. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Dr. Thompson, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molinar.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. We stand in adjournment at 9:26. Hello, we reconvene from an executive session at 10:59 p.m. There is action from executive session. Is there a motion to approve the agenda items from 10.9? Oh, you're saying because the member, she'll be revoked. 10.9 on the agenda, the employee recommendations.
I move to accept the resolution listed in item 10.9.
Okay. It's been moved by Member Autry. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Any discussion? Member Molinar.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to note that these are all administrative positions, and so as we are looking at our staffing audits and things that touch the classroom and directly work with students, these are all admin positions.
Thank you, Member Molinar. Any other discussions? Member Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the 10.9 contains 25 coordinator positions. As with Dr. Molnar has stated, Member Molnar stated, these are all admin positions, and I really just think that we need to be looking at these positions, and as many cuts that we make that touch our frontline students, we need to make on the back end. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Harrison. All right, Dr. Thompson, call for a vote, please.
So the resolutions to accept.
Yes, to accept the recommendations from 10.9 is a resolution.
Ms. Hall.
No.
Reverend Harrison.
No.
Ms. Jackson.
No.
Dr. Molinar.
No.
Mrs. Sykes.
Abstain.
Ms. Autry.
No.
Motion fails 0-5 with 1 abstention.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Our next meeting will be held Monday, June 9th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. right here in the board room. Is there a motion to adjourn? It's been moved by Member Hall. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Harrison. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we stand. Roll call. Roll call. I'm sorry. Dr. Thompson, roll call, please. It's almost.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molinar.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes. Yes. Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall. Yes. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. We stand adjourned at 11:03 p.m.